Bandele Books presents Hearts in the Dark, Book 3 of the Lost Tales from Esowon series. Written by Callan Brown, edited by Antoine Bandele. Read for you by Nekia, Renee, and John Rogers. Are you the boy?
Nima turned her nose to Ikenna, examining him up and down. She nodded her head approvingly.
You're certainly a looker. You're one of them, aren't you?
I am, Ikenna confessed, without hesitation.
Why is it you have not yet killed my daughter?
Nima took a small step in front of Shinaki.
I spoke with your elder chiefs. Your kind aren't supposed to be able to handle themselves around pretty girls.
I'm quite unlike most of my kind. Ikenna caught Shinaki's raised eyebrow. But your daughter had a lot to do with that. Excerpt from the Kishi. Prologue. Ikenna. Ilopa, of course she's beautiful. Why can't anything ever be easy? Ikenna lay prone amidst the tall reeds of a sweeping riverbank, his chest and legs pressed into the cool, damp mud. The last trace of early morning moon's light cast a dim glint of silver across the rolling waters before him, and he tensed with waiting purpose, eyes narrowed for the hunt. Ahead, not 50 feet away, sat one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. One of. He would give her that much, but she was no Imani. Her eyes were too cold, her shoulders and back too poised. She lacked the casual, comfortable grace of the girl he had longed for from afar. That sweet, wonderful woman that had made him smile, almost laugh even, sometimes, and that he would never see again. The thought brought with it both anger and tears, but he was used to that now, and let neither flow free. He held them deep within, where they would build and roil, a tumult to feed the beast that would soon run free across these waters, that would soon take its revenge. He felt the stirring of a harsh cackle in his mind. Quickly, he brushed a hand across the back of his head, pressing further down in the muck as he soothed back the snout rising from his skull to sniff at the air. It wasn't time yet. He was getting too eager in his anger. He had to remember that his second self could taste it too. The bastards will know what it feels like to have their hopes ripped out from under them, Imani. I swear. He narrowed his eyes at the thought and carefully tracked his target. She sat sideways atop a boat, oars at rest, with a long rod of bamboo cast into the current. She was still, stalwart against the gentle ebb of the world around her, seeming at once at peace with herself and yet also troubled, restless, as though fighting the urge to break the solemn quiet about her, with no true want to do so. Two men, clad in hard leathers and iron helmets, sat at the rear of the boat, each with a rod of their own. They seemed unsure whether to let the silence rest themselves, shuffling like nervous gazelle at a watering hole. They were clearly aware of their charge's disquiet, but had no clear notion of how to ease it. The younger of the two looked ready to approach the woman, break her from her reverie with a question or comment, but he didn't move. The woman let out a sigh, leaning her head back and opening slow eyes to the dark sky above. Ikenna's own gaze followed upward. The stars were just now fading from view. He released a silent breath and rose to a low crouch, tension rolling off stiff shoulders and riding out with the waves at his feet. Even from his hiding place in the moistened mud, he could smell the soft scent of perfume carrying through the air. The scent of Yaseti spice, just the kind he liked, too. He shot another glance skyward and saw the last hour of night fading fast in the skies above. Ilanga's dawn was waiting, ready to crest the horizon. A soft keening sounded, scraping at the back of his skull. Just a little longer.
1. Shanaki. Cool air caressed Shanaki's face as she rested, her boat drifting through the first light of early dawn. She had come to the river, in the face of much complaint from her guards, to escape the bustle and noise of the Bajok village markets. Recent events had left little time for respite, and she craved the peace of her Yaseti streams. With hope of home far from her, she had settled for what the locals called a river. This muddy, shallow thing with banks beset by weeds and silt dulling the moonlight glow against the water's surface. Yes, I am far from home. Shanaki, princess of Yaseti and second heir to its people, sighed. When she had learned of this land and had been told she would journey here to secure new alliances for her family and her people, she had been excited. Long had she yearned for a chance to escape the tiresome routine of palace life, for a chance to actually see the world to which she belonged. She could finally spread her wings and sample the different wonders life had to offer. Instead, she had spent weeks confined to a caravan, traveling along dirt roads and dirt plains. When she had heard the tale of the great Bajoki lands and their rich heritage, she had expected, well, she wasn't sure what she had expected. Certainly more than this. The same could be said for her husband-to-be. Paako was his name, first heir to Bajok, a striking man, chiseled and strong, and a dreadful bore. It really was a special talent for someone to manage that with her. She had long taken personal joy in listening to others and hearing their stories. It was the only way she ever got to really see life beyond the palace walls. Not that it had always been that way, of course. She had originally set out merely to test herself, practicing skills on her servants and guards that would prove useful for the dignitaries and diplomats to follow later in life. All those fake smiles and false words. But she had quickly grown to appreciate the brief glimpses of life they all had to offer. They had such freedom, yet they seemed to take it for granted. Her personal guard especially. Their stories helped pull her from the pits of boredom she so often found herself trapped in. The bonds she had gradually forged through hearing their tales were all that kept her sane these days. At least, they usually did. In your own time, Kasa, I can feel you're itching to say something back there. The two she had brought with her this morning were not especially vibrant characters, but they were interesting enough in their own simple ways. There were keen differences between them. Their age, for one. Inake was one of her longest-serving guardsmen, steadfastly loyal, to a fault, she would say, though her father would not. He'd been with her since she was a babe, barely out of her mother's belly. Kasa was a recent addition to her retinue and had been very enthusiastic whenever they shared in conversation. Shanaki waited with bated breath until the shuffling behind her stilled suddenly, and she sighed. Damn it, Anake. He had an irritating habit of holding the younger among her personal guard back, telling him in no uncertain term to stop bothering the princess. There were times when that was appreciated. After all, too much familiarity from the stripling simply wouldn't do. But she'd give anything for someone to break this current silence. It was worse than the noise of the village. Where's Naya when I need her? She asked herself softly, stretching her head back on her shoulders and looking up at the waning night sky. True dawn would be upon them soon. Then, not long after that, a return to Bajok. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Shanaki sighed dismissively. It's nothing, Enake. She sat there a long while, simply staring out at the canvas of stars. Her patience ran dry as her neck began to strain. It seemed she would have to take things upon herself again today. So, what do my royal guardsmen think of the great plains of Bajok and its people? She did not turn to them, instead leaning forward from her recline to make a show of setting her rod back in its hoop, her eyes fixed on the waters ahead. It was beneath her as conversation starters went. She knew perfectly well what the two of them thought of the Bajoki. They thought them boorish, uncivilized, and beneath the Yaseti in almost every way. They just had a knack for holding on to the old magics. That was all. They had some secret way of clinging to the powers of their empire past. The way a creeping vine wraps around a sturdy baobab. She knew they knew this, and they knew she knew it too. But they would never voice such thoughts aloud without prompting. They were well trained. Inake, however, took her question for the invitation it was. Princess, Shinaki for today, I think, Inake. It's just us friends here after all. Princess Shinaki, he continued. Shinaki laughed to herself. He'd never change. I think you know I had hoped for a more illuminated new home for you than this. She could hear the deep frown his words were working through without having to look. For Inake, that was practically an enraged curse. She had to stifle her smile. He'd hear it in her voice as well as she had his frown. You don't want to move you and your wife out here then? Princess, I am your sworn protector. Where you go, I shall follow, for as long as I am able and you allow it. His voice was indignant, as though she might doubt him, as if she ever could. Twisting around and giving him a warm smile, she responded, And what of Tenota? I'm not sure she'd appreciate being uprooted so. Least of all to live here in this unilluminated place. Inake faltered at that just a bit. She would understand. She knew who she bound herself to a long time ago, and she is most fond of you, Your Highness. Shinaki's smile widened and warmed further still. She was fond of Tenota herself. She was an aunt to Shinaki, in name, if not by blood. Family. She turned her head to Kasa, who was sitting dutifully quiet as his senior and his lady spoke of bonds he was far yet from forging for himself. She raised an eyebrow, and he sat silent for a moment, clearly growing uncomfortable under her questioning gaze. She relented as she felt the twinges of awkwardness herself and turned back to her vigil at the boat's bow. I don't think it would be so bad here, Your Highness. Shinaki. She heard the young man cough briefly and pictured a nervous sidelong glance from a disapproving Inake. He continued. But I've not made my vows yet. And while I'd be honored and willing, truly, my family. She was slightly surprised at the nervousness. Kasa had always been confident and bold. This was a new color on him. You need not worry, Kasa. As you say, you have not yet made your vows. You are not sworn to me. I would not force you to follow even if you were. Your place is back home where little Temsi and Balo can grow tall and strong and bright. She looked across the water to a patch of brown bush, its dim branches lilting in the rising sun. They would wither here. She paused again, pondering whether to continue. Besides, I do not think I shall be staying in Bajok for long. A splash of water erupted at her side. She glanced left before, Princess! A blur of black rushed at her from the riverbank, running, not through the water, but atop it. What? The figure leaped overhead, cold droplets of water raining down on her face as she followed its shadowed arc. It twisted impossibly in the air, limbs darting every which way, blurring the last of the dawn-defiant stars still above. The boat rocked as the figure landed. A man, dark-skinned, and wrapped in the yet darker skins of some unknown beast. The scream of two shoulder blades, leaving their sheaths, sounded behind him, followed seconds later by two splashes as both her guards were sent overboard in a single twin-leg kick. The assailant lifted his body with just the one arm that had carried his sprung attack. No sign of strain betrayed his body. Shinaki saw only the swiftest blur of this, her instincts focused on escape. She already had one foot on the boat side and was leaping overboard in a jump she hoped would carry her at least halfway to the shore. Before her first foot had fully touched the water's surface, the man had caught her, holding her up by one arm with terrifying ease. She could see the splashes of her guardsmen already swimming toward her, and she made to cry out, but a powdered hand clamped tightly over her mouth and her voice was cut off by a suffocating stench. It crawled down her throat and clawed at her senses. Immediately, her world began to darken. The last thing she saw, as all light faded, was the thud of a sandaled foot against the Nake's face. 2. Shinaki. Shinaki started awake with gulping breaths and a hammering heart. Everything was a haze of dull aches and darkness, and her eyes held tightly shut against a throbbing pulse in her skull. For a moment, she lay still, resting on her back, spine pressing hard into what felt like bare rock, and she tensed against fresh waves of pain. What happened? Through the thunder of her heart in her ears, she could hear the slow dripping of water somewhere close by, an odd echo carrying in the air. She shook her head to clear it, but the pain that stabbed at the backs of her eyes quickly returned her to stillness. Minutes passed by before she braved moving again. This time, she tried to reach out her limbs, leaving her head as still between her shoulders as she could. She felt strangely disconnected from the rest of her body. Any motion she tried for was sluggish and weak, like she was pressing through warm mud. Panic prowled at the edge of her consciousness, readying to pounce, and the darkness did nothing to steady her nerves. Shinaki took in deep gulps of air, trying to calm her mind and recenter herself. Her instinct called on her inner powers, but the throbbing in her head slowed their response. She could feel the warmth of her healing and suppression lingering at the tips of her fingers, and she tried to draw them close, a blanket of power about her. But the ache from whatever had been used to subdue her made it a threadbare one at best. Gradually, as feeling in her weary limbs stirred once more, she became aware of what felt like roped restraints binding her arms and legs. She could feel the rough texture of the rope scraping her skin. That and the stone cold against her shoulder as she rolled onto her side. She forced her eyes open through the pain, managing a brief squint before the ache became too much. All she saw was utter blackness. She may as well have not opened her eyes at all. Fear started to set in then. Her limbs were waking more and more, and her inability to move them properly despite the fact had her railing against her restraints. One hard kick of frustration sprang loose, and her leg screamed in burning agony as it connected with something painfully solid. Worse, the sudden jolt had jarred her head to the side with a crack, and her eyes watered with the pain of both hurts. The tears that followed did not help her frustration. In an instant, she was flailing with everything she had, pulling and twisting at the rope around her. Miraculously, they came loose. She slowed for a moment, wondering what kind of incompetence it took to leave a prisoner so poorly tied. Then her heart leaped up her throat and pounded in her ears as a sudden voice came at her from the dark, alarmingly close by. "Here I take care for you. Yes?" Shinaki twisted between heartbeats and kicked with her freed leg. Her heart swam, and the pain holding her eyes shut lanced again. That was Miraset, her people's tongue. It had been poorly spoken, but Miraset nonetheless. Her kick had missed, and she desperately pulled herself back, wriggling as much as she could to force herself away from the disgustingly calm voice in the darkness. "Easy, princess." She felt a firm grip pull at her arm. "You not bound, not tight. It is a small bind. We had little climb. Watch it." She felt her latest kick graze something with more give than a wall. "You want untie or not? There." She felt a firm tug on the now loosened rope, and the last of it flew from her shoulders. The moment she was free, she sprang back from where she had last heard the voice. The calm in it was infuriating, and the soft, throaty rasp, ruining his intonation, would have told her he was no Yaseti even without the broken wording. Yet still, that he knows our tongue at all? Who is he? More than anything, it unnerved her that she could hear nothing of his movements between words. There was no rustle of furs or scrape of feet against stone. He was as silent as the shadow of the dark. Slightly to her right and farther away this time, she heard his low voice again. He sounded amused. Would tie better if want you bind. Me not idiot, but me sound like one in tongue of you away people. The last of his words came to him in a rising tone, as though he was questioning her on his phrasing. He was no fool. Mentally marking his position, Shanaki crawled back farther still, until her scrambling hands found the rough rise of what felt like natural wall. She wasn't sure which she hated more right now, the ceaseless pounding of her heart in her ears or the throbbing of her head. Neither made straining through the darkness any easier to bear. You no see me now, but me making Yaseti peace gestures with hands here. His broken Miroset was grating her already stretched nerves. To hear her people's words used in all the wrong ways and with such sickening silk besides, it sent shivers down her spine. She ignored the jesting tone he seemed to be reaching for and took a deep breath. Do not sully our tongue with your bile, wretch. She spat in the Bajoki's own tongue, Gola. Oh, good, you prefer Gola. As you might have noticed, I'm God's awful with meadow mouth, the voice replied. Shanaki parted her lips. In his own tongue, he sounded far more intelligent, more refined. That sensuous voice of his was elevated all the more without every word butchered by error. He still clearly intended bemusement, but his sickening joviality sounded a mocking jab to her ears, and she felt as far from friendly-minded as she ever had. Shanaki let silence hang in the air between them. She moved to rub her eyes, and she felt her pain spike a brief flinch of weakness across her face. Oh, sorry, princess, I forgot. Here. Without the slightest trace of a warning, no shuffle of movement of any sound at all, Shanaki felt a wooden bowl press against her lips. On instinct, she clamped her mouth shut and threw her head to the side, knocking the bowl away from her face. How the hell is he sneaking up on me like that? A splash of ice-cold water fell down her front as the bowl spilled. Shanaki heard a slight breath of surprise from her captor, and she enjoyed the momentary sense of satisfaction as his composure cracked, even as she fought back a shudder at the chill. He quickly steadied the sloshing of the bowl. Will you calm down, woman? It's to get rid of the pain. Essence of Sulan is pretty strong stuff. Without a word, she swatted a hand between them, knocking the bowl from his grip and sending it clattering to the ground. He gave a shudder as the icy liquid came down around his feet. She had been splashed again, of course, but the satisfaction of the rebellion, however small, was worth it. She forced a snarled smile as her eyes searched upward for the voice's face. Well, that's that then, the man said. I guess you'll just have to sit there in pain for the next few hours. He seemed to pull back, his voice rising in the darkness up and away from her. After a long moment's pause, she heard him sigh heavily, and she sensed a decision in it. She pulled herself back as subtly as she could, refusing to show fear, but readying herself for whatever punishment her rebellion had sparked. Another moment dragged on in the dark before... Get some rest, princess. I'll be back soon. White-hot anger raced through Shanaki at the dismissal. What? Wait! Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Silence was her only response. Answer me! Three. Shanaki. Shanaki raged at the dark until her anger burned down to a hissing simmer. Her shouts echoed, bouncing back at her from what had to be solid stone. She had heard no sign of her captor leaving. There had been no retreating footsteps, no movement or sound at all besides the dripping of water and the beating of her heart. She realized she was holding her breath and released it in a rush, quietly as she could manage. She waited and listened, letting the seconds pass to minutes with nothing but her heartbeat and breathing to mark them. Her anger drained. Shinaki started to feel sick. This couldn't be happening. She thought of Inake and Kasa, both likely dead, and a stab of pain far worse than the physical aches ran through her heart. They should have been there with her. Inake with his stern orders guiding her through the darkness, and Kasa set protectively at her back. She tried not to think about Naya, her closest and most capable guardian and friend, and simply hope beyond hope that no more of her own had fallen back at the village. Oh, gods, what if I'm the only one left? Her soul shivered at the thought. She wouldn't go there, not yet, not until she knew without doubt. Her people were strong. She was strong. They would not so easily fall. I am Yaseti. We do not koa from the darkness. When it became clear the man would not be immediately returning, if she could trust through the silence that he had even left at all, she set her resolve to work. She had no idea when he would return, and she needed to find her bearings before he did. Fumbling around in the dark was far from a good plan, she knew, but it was better than nothing. Yaseti did not sit and squirm in the face of fear, and she was their princess. Things were expected of her, and she expected them of herself. Half numb from the Sulan, head throbbing and utterly blind, she didn't much like her chances, but she had to do something. Pushing to her feet and slumping back against the wall behind her, Shinaki took stock of her strength. Now that she stood, she could feel the blood pumping through her lower legs properly for perhaps the first time in hours. Her head still swam with every harsh jerk, but as long as she kept her shoulders set and didn't jostle too much, she could handle it. She had to. She pressed a hand to the wall and pushed off to stand fully under her own weight. Judging by the texture of the rock beneath her fingers, the faint echo of the water droplets, and the sheer pitch of the black around her, she had to be underground. The air was tinged with the slight damp of wet earth, and a fresh drip from somewhere to her left brought her mind back to the water she had heard before. For a moment, the sheer primal fear of being trapped beneath the ground gripped at her mind, and she forced herself to take a few deep, calming breaths. Steady, Shinaki. First things first. Where are we? Her captor had mentioned a climb. If he had spoken the truth, then perhaps she was in one of the mountain caves. The thought brought hope and horror both. The Black Rocks were the only mountains near Bajok, and they had a dangerous reputation. But they were only a league from the village. That meant they would be the focus of any search party sent to find her. Her people knew the threats the Bajoki talked about lingering there as well as she did, after all. However, the rocks were infamous for their labyrinthine turns, with who knew how many nooks and holes to hide in. If she didn't find a way to get out and give her people some sort of signal, she knew in her heart that no one would ever find her. Resolve set in despite her desperation and lack of any real plan, and Shinaki pressed on. She felt her way along the cave wall edge with one hand, waving the other in front of her in search of any obstruction. More than anything, her senses were strained for any hint that her captor might be returning. She knew in the back of her mind that she wouldn't sense anything from him until it was too late. But that didn't stop her from trying. I am Yaseti. We do not cower from darkness. We face it. The mantra ran repeatedly through her mind as she made her slow but steady progress. Every breath and heartbeat seemed to draw out time in her mind. She was reminded of her childhood years spent playing with her siblings. Blindfolded, they would take turns moving through the palace chambers, dancing about gracelessly as their unblinded playmates tried jabs for their ribs. The aim was to grab one of your tormentor's hands before they could get away, then give them their turn at the blindfold. Even then, the fear of the touch you never knew when to expect had her heart beating violent drum beats in her chest. Now, the game had taken a far more sinister turn, and she found herself yearning for the stifled sound of children's laughter and the tut-tutting of the disapproving handmaids walking the palace walls. The unnatural silence of the cave, save for the occasional drippings of water, was suffocating. The wall soon curved to the left, and the drip was now ahead of her and growing louder the closer she stepped. She lowered the hand she held outstretched, dropping down almost to a crouch. As she leaned forward, still holding her right hand pressed against the wall to keep her bearings, she felt a cold shiver shoot up her spine. The tips of her fingers had pierced a water surface she had not been expecting, and she yanked her arm back. Shinaki cursed herself for the childish jump. Her every sense was amplified by the blinding darkness, true, but she had known to expect the water. I am Yaseti. We do not cower. Reaching out, she cupped her hand into the pool of water. Its surface was raised up from the ground, some sort of basin set into the wall that came just below her waist. She brought her hand up to her face and winced at the soft splashes of water spilling through her fingers to the floor. When no sudden voice barked at her from the shadows, she raised the remainder the rest of the way and brought the water to her nose. She didn't smell any stagnancy. That was good. Satisfied, she took a sip. It tasted fresh enough, and the first splash on her tongue drove home how thirsty she really was. But she had learned her childhood lessons well, only drinking enough to moisten her mouth. If she failed to escape tonight, and she felt no sickness, it would be safe to return for more. Shinaki felt her way to the rim of the pool. It seemed almost like a naturally formed trough, with the cave stone jutting out from the wall to catch the water dripping down from above. Judging from its freshness, the water could not have traveled far from whatever source fed its stream. She knew it was a desperate hope, but it might mean she was closer to the surface than she thought. With her body as pained as it was now, that would be a welcome relief. But blind hope would get her nowhere, so she discarded it and moved on. She rose back to her feet and sidled farther, her hand running along the basin's rim until it curved back to join the wall proper. She kept her hand pressed against its worn, smooth surface and stepped deeper into the darkness. She had taken perhaps 20 careful steps when her forward arm caught on something solid. She jerked her hand back in an instant, but noted with satisfaction that her breathing remained calm, and her heart had only slightly quickened its pace at the surprise. Better, she thought, before reaching out once again to feel the cold breath of an open tunnel. Well, that's one possible way out. She continued, working her way along the wall and feeling for any openings or features. She didn't know how long it took, but she was feeling comfortable with her pace, now that she had built up some momentum and courage. Soon enough, she had moved through what seemed like the entire space of the cave. She had found only 2 openings, which settled her nerves a little. Images of a maze had been stretching out in her mind from the moment she had found the first tunnel. It was still possible, of course, but for the moment the signs were good. The room was roughly oblong in her mind's eye, if she had judged the curves of the walls correctly. The space was likely a few times as wide and long as the average Bajoki hut home back in the village, and a fair bit taller. How tall? She couldn't tell, but it was farther than she could reach, even when she stretched up and leaned against the wall. It didn't really matter how high the ceiling was, of course, but testing the height had given her a reason to put off her next step. It was a shamefully long while before she found the courage to push away from the wall and move across the open space of the room she had fixed in her mind. She crouched low, keeping one arm pressed to the floor as the other swung ahead. She thought she must have looked a great fool, but better that than stumbling blindly into a pit of God knows what else. Anything might have waited for her in the middle of the untested darkness. The only thing awaiting her, it turned out, was a single column roughly central to the room, a narrow strut of rock that, as far as she could tell, rose to the ceiling, still out of her reach. She pushed away from it, guided by the call of the water's drip, and leaned back against the wall at the pool's side. Shinaki felt very small just then. She fought the urge to slide to the floor and pull her knees to her chest. It was hard. It had taken her a long time to find the shape of the dark world around her, and now that she was left with the prospect of yet more blind searching, this time through narrow tunnels. Sometimes, the only way to get a thing done is to just do it. Naya's words came to her out of the distant past, comforting her and helping to fight back the cold of the dark. They were good words, true words. There was no use sitting here waiting for her captor's return. She'd face him here, waiting where he left her, or out there in the tunnels, trying for an escape. Her pride and her duty left her with only one real choice. She moved toward the first tunnel and into the unknown. She had traveled at least 3 times the area of the first room, judging by the count of her steps. The tunnel was long and winding, and she kept her hands against its side to ensure she missed no branches or forks in the path. She could feel moss growing on the walls, moist to the touch, and she realized by the 3rd patch that it was growing at the edges of smooth, protruding crystal. Shinaki knew the texture well from years growing up in the halls of the royal palace, where uncut crystal from all across Esowon was collected for decoration and prestige both. She used to steal some of the smaller displays and hide them in her room, once upon a time. She had long since given up on counting her strides by the time the next feature caught her attention, rather horribly. Her bare foot alighted on what she had assumed to be a bump in the floor, right up until it gave way beneath her weight with the sickening crack of bone. She stayed there a while, frozen in place with visions of great bone piles rising up before her. She pictured the discarded corpses of long-dead creatures that had found their demise at the hands of whatever beast called these tunnels home. I am Yaseti. We do not cower. I am Yaseti. We do not cower. We do not cower. It was the hardest yet, that next step. Her mantra, which at this point had burned itself forever into her mind, was the only thing driving her forward through the dark. Her courage was rewarded with more smooth stone, and she let loose a deep sigh of relief. It was just the one, whatever it was, and she could let go of the visions of blood and bone. Or at least, she tried her best. Then came the stairs. Well, she could call them stairs, but if that was their purpose, they had been made for the giants of the old days. Shinaki clung to the latest in a long line of despicably tall steps and hauled herself upward. Sweat poured down her face and arms as her muscles screamed in protest, her head throbbing in an ever-constant pulse. She rolled over the corner of the ledge and lay there, staring up at the endless abyss of black above. The first stair hadn't been so bad, and her spirits had soared at the prospect of ascent. Walking through the winding tunnel, she had feared she was only moving down, farther into the depths of the mountain. The decline too slight for her blinded senses to detect. When she had reached the apparent dead end and instead found a chest-height ledge, she had leaped up with renewed vigor. That vigor had died a painful death with this last one, ledge 9. Most of the steps had grown taller and steeper the higher she climbed, and Shinaki found her strength flagging far sooner than was comfortable for her pride. She decided she would leave this part out of the story if she ever made it back to her people alive. Naya would never let her live it down. She imagined her lead guardswoman's face smirking down at her from the dark, perched atop the next ledge lazily, like a wildcat sprawled out in the midday sun. Naya would be mocking her, no doubt about it. She was always the most impertinent of her royal guard. It was one of the things Shinaki liked most about her. She wasn't so stiff and guarded-like. Shinaki shook her head, welcoming the distraction of the piercing pain. She refused to think of her fallen guardsmen. She wasn't even sure that they had fallen, and now was not the time to dwell. Now was the time to escape and bring the furious vengeance of the Yaseti down on her captor's head. Exhaustion be damned. She would see it done. She heaved herself to her feet once more and felt for the edge of the next ledge up. To her dismay, it had to be at least a foot above her head. Cursing the gods for their little tests and sighing inwardly, she took a deep breath. She braced one foot against the step, her toes searching for whatever tiny nooks they could grip in the dirt and stone, and leapt up. Her hands pressed into the stone, and her palms shook as she hefted her way up onto her chest. She swung her legs back in an ungainly arc for some desperate extra momentum and wriggled forward. It took everything she had, but 10 ledges later, at least she thought it was 10. She wasn't really focused on the counting anymore. She had finally reached the top. Every muscle ached and her breathing was harsh and labored. She didn't even feel the throbbing in her head anymore. It had been replaced with a constant biting stab at the base of her skull 4 or 5 ledges ago. Yes, it had taken everything she had, but she had to make it. And now I just need to give even more. She crawled at first, just pulled herself along the ground with her numbed arms before rising to her hands and knees. Shinaki was pushing herself too hard, and she knew it. There was a limit to how much the body could take, and she had left hers behind halfway up the climb. But when the choice was push or die, one pushed. Simple as that. And so she did, hefting herself again to her feet. Her shoulders slapped into the wall with a grunt as she took a shaky step. It was at that point that the sun dawned before her. A blinding, piercing light streamed through an open crack ahead. Shinaki spun on the spot and covered her eyes. As she blinked rapidly into her arm, the harsh scrape of stone echoed down the tunnel behind her. It was a slow, grinding tone, like the grating of an enormous whetstone. As she heard the opening widen, more light leaked through the gap and shone over her shoulder, and Shinaki saw for what felt like the first time in days. She could see colors returning to the world, but they ran and washed together. They weren't sticking to their lines as they were meant to. Whether it was because of the fatigue, hunger, or the remnant Sulan, she didn't know. But her spinning head was the least of her problems. She turned back to the cave entrance, now fully open where the curve of a large boulder had rolled halfway to one side. A dark blur stepped into the light and reached for the rock, its shadowed silhouette dimming as it entered the tunnel. The vibrant colors spilling through Shinaki's vision began retreating back to their lines, and she froze in place. The figure paused, turning from the boulder and looking down the tunnel her way. She stood, still as a statue, and every fiber of her being tensed. It was possible that he hadn't seen her. She was a ways back from the entrance. With her back leaned tight against the wall, she had to be impossible to see, right? Then his smooth timbre came. Maybe I should have tied you up. Four. Shinaki. It wasn't fair. She had been so close, so close. She couldn't be taken now, not 10 paces from the light and its freedom. His tone carried surprise, perhaps even alarm, amidst the amusement. Had her heart not stopped beating from her fear and exhausted desperation, she might have taken pride in it. He had clearly underestimated her. Good. Use that. The thought woke her limbs and untangled her terror. Adrenaline seared through her veins and she turned on the spot, sprinting back into the darkness. Her mind raced to catch up to her instincts, her thoughts pounding through her head to the beats of her footfalls. She couldn't just run. She had nowhere to run to. Before her conscious mind had even considered it, her mystic power flared. It was dangerous to draw on it in her state, but so was being captured again, and she put as much energy into it as she dared. She felt the pulse of power cast out behind her. The faintest ripple in the air that would latch onto whatever mystical traits her pursuer was using and seal them away. She felt a twinge at her core that told her she had him. She didn't know what she had locked from his grasp, but it was done. The drop of the first ledge was just ahead, and a desperate idea took her. It was stupid, and she knew it wouldn't work, but it was her only shot. "Wait!" her captor shouted, and she threw a glance behind to see how far he'd come. Her heart skipped a beat in shock. He was already half the distance away, arm outstretched toward her. He's that fast, even without powers? Shinaki threw herself forward, leaning into her run. She had to reach the stairs before he caught her. She was almost there. She'd had no firm footing, but this was her only chance. She stumbled. Her feet had caught beneath her, her exhaustion wrapping them in an awkward twist before she could begin to right her fall. She plummeted through the air, her vision awash, half with the tears of frustration and half from the blur of the sudden light. Time seemed to slow down as she saw the abyss reaching back out to her, the light of the cave's opening swallowed by its darkness. She had been one step from the stairs. She had meant to spin, use her attacker's weight against him, unbalance him, and push. She'd seen the move on a flat ground a dozen times. It was one of Kasa's favorites. He had even gotten Naya with it once, and Shinaki hadn't even been able to set her stance. Pathetic. She was going to die here. Halfway over the edge, she felt the strong grip of an arm at her wrist. Her body jerked back, not enough to halt her fall, but enough to twist her in the air and glimpse the silhouetted frame of her captor. He pulled her to him, gripping tightly and kicking from the edge. He had no purchase, and he was falling now, as surely as she, but his kick had knocked him farther down and twisted him beneath her. She lost sight of him and flinched as he pulled her into a crushing hug. Time sped back up, and she felt more than saw the blur of the world around them. All was darkness and rock as they fell. A cracking snap sounded, and a lance of pain shot through her arm and leg. They had caught on the first ledge down. She felt a horrible twist halfway to her elbow and tucked her chin to her chest, a scream catching in her throat as she braced against the inevitable. Shinaki felt the air driven from her lungs as the two of them crashed into the ground and her head smacked into her captor's shoulder. Darkness crept at the edge of her vision as her consciousness faded, but she fought it back. Both her legs were limp and unmoving, and she could feel one hanging over what must have been the third ledge down. As she tried to lift her head, she found she couldn't move that either. Her tired body had finally given out. She felt movement against her back and slumped sideways, her head lolling to the left. She was glad it was the left. She didn't want to see what horror she would find should she look at the right. Beneath her, a long rumbling groan sounded, and her captor began to stir, his arms loosening their grip on her frame. She tried to roll farther, to slide to the side and free herself from the man that killed her guardsman. She shifted, lifting her weight from his chest. She heard him take a deep breath, and he turned his head side to side, as though trying to shake awake his senses. Running out of time, she heaved with all her might and managed to push herself up and away from his body. In her weakness and haste, her hand slipped on his shoulder and her torso slumped forward as she moved to find balance with her other arm. A jagged stab of agony was the last thing she felt as the darkness took her once more. Five. Shinaki. Shinaki didn't know how long it had been when she next rose to consciousness, or the time after that either. She kept fading in and out, lulled to rest by the comfort of warmth and the rhythm of a strong heartbeat at her ear. She couldn't seem to get her eyes to open properly. It was only by her third stirring that she realized she was being carried, held against a broad chest with her legs laying over strong arms. She had not been carried like this in a long time, not since childhood. Inaka used to carry her like this. He would bring her back to the palace whenever she had stayed too late in the grounds and fallen asleep by the Ipe River. Inake. His name brought with it a sadness, but she wasn't sure why. Why would Shinaki jolted awake? The strength and warmth about her, far from comforting, was as welcome as the touch of a constrictor snake. She flailed feebly, worn limbs slow to catch up to her frenzied mind. She swung her head out from her captor's chest and slammed it back again, trying to force herself out from under his grasp. Almost immediately, his grip tightened, and her struggle moved from weak to utterly futile. Refusing to give in, she gathered her strength and pulled as much venom into her words as she could muster. Unhand me! No response. I said, let me go. Calm down, princess. I'm not going to hurt you. You've broken your arm. I need to get you back so... He faltered slightly with what sounded like a wince of pain. So I can look at it. He paused in his walk, and she felt herself jostled slightly as he hefted her upwards into his arms. She heard him take a deep breath before continuing, his stride more of kilter now, as though his words had cost him dearly. Shanaki was about to spit back a scathing remark that she was perfectly capable of walking by herself, but as she readied to force her legs down from his arms, she realized that they still weren't obeying her commands. Each felt as though they had been bruised as black as the dark about them, and for all she could see they were. Her broken arm was deadened to her, and she was caught halfway between gratitude and fear for the fact. She decided that, for the moment, she would relent. She was whittling her captor's strength and saving her own with the same stroke after all. Naya would call that a result. It was a while later, with a few pauses for breath and rest by her bearer along the way, that she felt herself being lowered to the hard stone floor of the cave room she had first woken to. She would have felt disheartened by the realization if it hadn't been marked by the familiar dripping of water. She was terribly thirsty. Set back against the wall, roughly the same position she had been in before going by the sound of the water, she raised her good arm to hover over the bad. Gingerly, trepidation shaking her hand, she lowered it to touch against her shoulder, gradually working it down against her sweat-ridden flesh. She lost the feel of her fingers a little way down her bicep, the numbness leaking the hint of a pointed ache as she pressed her hand against her skin. I wouldn't do that if I were you, princess. And there came the voice again, as sudden and bodiless as ever. They were right back where they started. Almost, at any rate, she could still hear the hoarse breath in his voice. He hadn't yet recovered from the fall. She ignored him and continued her hand's journey downward, feeling for the break. She felt a twinge shoot up through the numbness when her hand reached her elbow. From the stick of the substance too thick for sweat coating her fingers, she knew the bone had pierced skin. Taking a deep, steadied breath, she felt it. It was pierced clean through the flesh of her elbow. She raised her head to look out into the dark. She couldn't see him, of course, but she preferred to look him in the eyes as best she could regardless. The numbness. What did you give me? There was a brief pause before he answered, his voice held as though braced against his own pains. Essence of Tosi. You dislocated your knee too. I fixed that up by the steps. Give me just a moment and I'll set the arm for you. It occurred to her then that her captor seemed particularly invested in her well-being. He had saved her from the worst damage with the fall, had numbed the pain of her arm, and now offered to help treat the break, however able he may or may not be. He needed her alive. That much was clear. She would have to figure out why later. Knowing your enemy is one of the most important steps in beating them, her father had always said. She wondered where her father was. Would he be out with the search party, desperately trying to find his first daughter? Probably not. He would be back in the village trying to save face with the chief and keep the treaty alive. He was, first and foremost, a pragmatist, she thought bitterly. Shanaki used to admire that about him, tried to emulate it even, but that was before she realized first and foremost came before even love. She had long discarded any notion that her father truly loved her. She was a negotiating tool to him, an asset to be traded away for greater power and influence for Yaset, nothing more. Shanaki gave herself a mental shake. Her mind was drifting entirely too much of late. Now was not the time to be dwelling on past hurts. She had plenty enough to be getting on with here already. She heard the shuffle of feet against stone, her captor approaching from the dark. He must be suffering. I heard nothing before. The shuffling stopped a few feet away, and she heard a faint groan, akin to an elderly man kneeling to pick something from the floor. Sorry, princess, needed a minute there. Here, let me see your arm. Shanaki heard his arm reaching by the tone of his voice, and she pulled back into the wall. I'm fine. Leave me be. His voice came incredulously. You can't be serious. Your arm's almost broken in two. If you don't let me set it, you could lose it forever. She kept herself pulled back and held her hand to her shoulder. I don't need your help. I'll deal with it myself. He exhaled in a sigh that reiterated his bafflement. He said nothing for a moment, as though pondering how best to approach her stubborn refusal. She left him to his stupor and focused on her arm. She would need every ounce of focus she could muster for this. It had been years since she had had to draw on her regeneration for a serious injury, and never anything close to as serious as this. She should have taken her training more seriously. She had always spent far more time on her suppression abilities, trying to increase its strength and reach. At the time, she thought herself clever. She had mastered the basics of healing, after all, and past that, her suppression would serve her far better. In the end, any force that could break through the palace guard was going to be capable of more harm than her powers could ever hope to heal. That had seemed sound reasoning before. Now, though, she could see how foolish she had been. Her justification had been little more than excuses, attempts to sidestep the guilt of her laziness. She had been far more interested in the stories of far-off places and life beyond the walls than learning the skills that would help her survive them. She would suffer for her youthful arrogance now, it seemed, and deep down, Shinaki didn't mind. She had been young when she had started to drift from her studies, but she had had years to correct her mistake. She believed in fair balance, and this punishment matched the crime. She would have to labor for hours just to close the surface skin, and it would take she didn't know how many days to work the inside of her arm whole again. It would be painful, too. No amount of numbing could stop that. Shinaki sighed. It was the bone that held her attention for now. She had spent time in the Medica as part of her training. Understanding of the mundane ways was always encouraged, no matter the strength of the mystic. If you could heal without your power, you should. It was almost always easier. Getting the splinter of bone back inside the skin would have been extremely difficult even if she could see, and it wasn't her own arm she was dealing with. As things were, it would be almost impossible. The voice came at her again, as though reading her mind. How are you supposed to work the bone back in and half-numbed and blind? Surprisingly, she felt no condescension. He spoke with simple curiosity. His falseness galled her. Through gritted teeth, she shot back. Doesn't matter. I'd sooner cut it off than have your aid. What? Why? I only want to help you. He seemed genuinely surprised. Shinaki spat a vicious snarl his direction. Help me? You call abducting me and tying me up in a cave help? I told you, I didn't tie. Inake en casa? She interrupted him, her pain driving the names from her lips before she could catch them. Tinota and Idra? Temsi and Balo? What? He questioned, more feigned surprise. Was he trying to provoke her? The men you killed kidnapping me, and their wives and children left to mourn them. Her voice was ice, and she stared into the dark with eyes like knives. She heard a heavy sighing breath, one of relief, sounding around a smile. A pulse of rage ran through her and her hand clenched, ready to strike at the dark. How dare he? How dare he? Your guardsmen are fine, he said, almost too cavalier. She faltered, thrown off by the sudden response. He continued. Their pride might be a little bruised, but to be honest, I don't care much for your Seti pride right now. Her hand stayed clenched by her side. She didn't believe him. It was a lie. It had to be. The last thing she remembered was the bastard's foot stamping down on Inake's face. You lie, she managed, brow furrowing. Why would I want them dead? He asked, but faltered, seeming to sense that the question would not be enough to sway her. If I was the man you think I am, why would I leave you unbound, ungagged, and free to wander whenever you choose? Because you're an arrogant fool, Shinaki thought, but she held her tongue. You underestimated me. Her cool gaze slipped into a sneer. You, with those eyes? Not likely. He said it matter-of-factly, and his apparent earnestness brought her up short. His words had her at war with herself. Pride and good sense fought against hope in a desperate struggle. She so wanted to believe that her guardsmen were alive, but how could she trust this shadow in the dark? She glanced down in thought before looking back up. Sweat it. Sweat it on something that matters. Well, I don't follow the gods. They haven't done a damn thing for me. But Yim and Aya have always meant a great deal to me. I'll swear it on them if you'd like. There was a pause before Shanaki asked, You didn't kill them? She hated how pathetic she sounded, but she needed to know. I swear on the twins, I did not. Her eyes flickered as she breathed in, her relief as true as the moons he swore by. She could feel her eyes watering. She sat up straight, cleared her throat, and shifted tack. Then you're a fool. They saw you. They know your face. The entire village will be out looking for you. Probably. Would you rather I had killed them? He sounded slightly sullen now, as though disappointed she had spurned his swearing. They can look all they want, but they won't find us. Not here. He trailed off, and she heard what sounded like a thrown stone skittering across the floor to the far side of the room. She calmed then. Maybe it was his frank tone, or maybe it was just that he had not shied away from her chances of rescue. But something inside her told her she could trust his words. Inake and Casa were alive. Her thoughts raced, her heart at war with her mind. Pain and weariness were flowing free now as her anger left her, and with the weight of numbness lifting, resolve settled. Slow and steady as a sand snail, Shanaki took her broken arm in hand and raised it to the dark. For a moment she got no reaction, and when she did get one, it was clear by his surprise he had not been looking at her. Oh, okay, here, let me have a look, he said. Her arm was still numb to the touch, but she felt from the rise of her shoulder that he had grasped her lower arm. He was surprisingly gentle. She had seen his strength firsthand, and now she saw he knew how to control it. It only made him more dangerous in the long run, but for now she was glad. This was going to be painful enough without him botching the job through sheer force. She heard him move closer, muttering something to himself as he examined her injury. Deciding she didn't want to just sit idle as he poked and prodded, she asked the obvious question. Do you know what you're doing? The white bit goes on the inside, right? He laughed. She balked, reaching to snatch her arm away, but he intercepted her good arm by the wrist and held firm. It's a joke, princess. Yes, I know what I'm doing. She frowned in a frustrated pout, and he let her go. I'm no medicine man, just so you know, he continued. But I've learned my fair share of healing lore over the years. That's how I know what herbs to give you for the sedative and to numb the arm. She nodded her head gently. The ache of the Sulan still had yet to lift. Why have you brought me here? To keep you safe. This, he said with definitive confidence, as though it were the most obvious fact in the world. It caught her off guard. Safe? She couldn't have kept the incredulity from her voice if she had tried. And she didn't try. By abducting me and locking me away in a cave? I said safe. I didn't say anything about comfortable. Speaking of which, he tapered, and she felt her shoulder rise up as he lifted her arm. She stilled her expression, refusing to reveal an ounce of her creeping fear. She had seen this done to others, had helped it done even, and she knew whatever anesthetic he had given her would not be enough for what was coming. To hide any nerves that might have slipped through her wearied mask, she tried for a matter-of-fact tone as she said, Once you set the bone, I shall take care of the rest. You were serious before then, he asked as he straightened out her arm. All right. Not much I can do for it once it's back in place anyway. One way or another, it's up to you to do the rest. He paused as if in afterthought, just as she had thought herself prepared, lowering her arm again. Do you want something to bite down on? Her urge to scream in frustration at his delay died back. It was a fair question, and to be honest, she was grateful for the chance. She gave a terse, Yes. Here, bite this, he said. She smelled something foul placed in her mouth. It tastes as bad as a warthog's ass, but better than biting your tongue off and never tasting anything again, right? She didn't reply. She simply opened her mouth and tore whatever it was from his grip. It tasted about as bad as he had promised, like tar and chalk all at once. She hoped her eyes were lit with the defiant fire she was aiming for as she readied herself for the inevitable, but in her current state they were probably just bloodshot and dry. A moment passed, then two, before Shanaki screamed into whatever she had clenched in her mouth, glad of the gag as her teeth clamped down harder than she had ever thought possible. She thought she had felt pain in her life, thought she had felt pain since waking in this cave. She hadn't. She was a fool for believing otherwise. This was the most painful, nerve-splintering agony she had ever felt before, and this was with the numbness clouding its reality. Her eyes were streaming and her nose pulled in air with the near bray of a horse's muzzle. She fought to hold herself still as hard as she could, as she felt her consciousness slipping from her. Don't black out. Don't black out. And then the pain was gone. For a second, Shanaki thought she had given in, that her mind had slipped her grasp and escaped into the retreat of sleep. From the tightened grip of her captor against her arm, only just loosening. It couldn't have been for more than a second if she had. There, he spoke with cautious confidence. You can, do whatever you're going to do with it, I guess. She expected to hear him backing through the darkness, but he remained crouched beside her. She couldn't really blame him for doubting her, she thought, as she slid herself back up from her slump against the wall. She was doubting herself, and she knew what she had at her disposal. She hesitantly moved her hand to the bend of her broken arm, breathing soft and slow as she lowered it to her skin. It was warm and sticky to the touch, her blood and sweat squelching unpleasantly as she pressed against her wound hard. What he started to say. Shanaki ignored the cry of shock, holding her head firm against her arm and concentrating intently on the flesh beneath her fingers. She thought back to all the techniques she had been taught for focusing the mind, bringing her senses down to the pulse of her blood through her arm to the beating flow of her heart. She remembered the lessons she had been given on the body and its magic within, how cuts knit, tears sealed, how even broken bones bled in their own way. The last would help her here. She pressed harder, using the jolt of pain to bring her focus in, work her mind deeper until she could feel the shifting of the split bone halves touching together. She took a deep breath, then another, before pushing her energy into the bone with all her might. She felt a great chill climb her spine, the heat of her back seeping through her numbed arm. She immediately felt the numbness burn away and her pain climbed harshly, but she pushed through it, focusing the new heat on the wound beneath her hand. It took time, more than it should have done, even for her. Shanaki was exhausted, and this sort of magic took more energy than most. She had to be careful not to draw too much too quickly, or she would pass out, leaving the injury worse off for the half-finished job. She opened herself to a steady channel, only a trickle at first, but soon building to a stream. She had never healed anything this serious before. It was an unusual sensation. She could feel the bone blood flowing, faster than was natural, spreading from the split halves until the fluids touched. She tightened her grip on the arm, and the fluid grew harder. It wasn't the full strength of the bone. That would take days even with her healing. But it had the pliant firmness of a callus. As far as the bone was concerned, Shanaki could leave it at that and let nature take its course. If she was careful with her movement, the callus would pull the two halves back to the right position and solidify from cartilage to bone. That would leave it weaker than it was before, though, and would take months, not days. She would need to continue working on it later. She felt a wave of pride at her success as she moved on, but she knew she shouldn't. She had learned from her lessons how bones were one of the easier components to heal, and she had the far more complex musculature still left to go. Components, she thought with the slight turn of a smile. That's what Hila Duna called them. Like the wheel of a cart or tip of a spear, bones, muscles, flesh. They all are merely component parts of the human whole. She could hear the steely tone of her old teacher even in her own thoughts. Back then, Shinaki had dismissed the woman as cold and uncaring, but with her hand pressed against her arm, moving her mind from bone to muscle sinew, she felt she could appreciate what little warmth the woman had shown more and more. Even this token effort had the cold creeping up her back. If she'd needed to spend her days working on wounds like this and worse, Shinaki doubted she'd be able to spare much warmth for inattentive students either. She made a mental note to thank her tutor personally when she returned to the capital, to thank her and apologize. She would visit the temple and ask to continue her long-neglected education, mundane and magical both. Yes, when she returned. That's the spirit, Shinaki. Once again, she had no real way of knowing how long it took to work her arm back to a stable state. The muscle took far longer to work together, and the skin kept unsealing before she could get it properly closed up. If she were anyone else, that would have left an unpleasant scar, but with the helping regenerative hand, that too would fade. By the end, she was exhausted more than she had thought possible, slumped back and held up only by the wall behind her, her thick hair fluffing around her ears. Her arm was a long way from fully functional, but the hard work was done, and the rest of the healing process would require far less focus and attention. She would continue later, after she had rested. Shinaki tried to lift her head from the wall, but she was utterly spent. She brushed her tongue over dry lips and spoke into the darkness wearily. "You can stop gawking now." She heard the slight scrabble of rock, a sure sign she had surprised him again. "How do you know I'm gawking? You can't see." Shinaki's head rolled sideways slightly. Holding it steady was more effort than it was worth right now. Pride be damned, she was too tired for it. She shifted her legs, letting them extend limply along the floor with a sigh, trying to get more comfortable. "People always stare the first time they see it. True healers are rare these days." She reached her good arm to massage her opposite shoulder gently. "So, I'm safe here, am I?" she asked. "Yes," the voice replied. "Safer with you, a complete stranger, in a dark cave, than in Bajok?" She stifled a long yawn with the crux of her arm as she worked her hand into her shoulder. "Safer than surrounded by my royal guard, the best Yaset has to offer?" For a moment, he didn't respond. She could almost feel the look of derision through the darkness, but she held her tongue and kept her face passively inquiring. She felt less threatened by her predicament with every passing moment. How much of that was sheer exhaustion and how much was reliable instinct she still had yet to determine, and she had to do it soon. She could feel herself reaching to the end of her tether. "Yes," he finally answered in a question. "I mean, I took you easily enough, didn't I? And I'm not..." He cut himself short, as though worried he might give something away. She rolled her head back from the wall. "Not?" She prodded quickly, waking to attention again. "Not the greatest fighter around," he finished. She paused in her massage, lowering her head to level a stern gaze at the dark. "That's a lie and twofold insult both. My gods are not wheat before a shotel blade. You think I would believe you a mere middling after you defeated them so swiftly? You claim to hold my eyes in high regard, so listen well when I tell you they are not so easily fooled, even blind in the dark." "Right." He offered no apology. Leaving it alone for now, Shinaki hurried on to her next question. She was fading fast. "Where are we exactly?" "Well..." Shinaki listened as the voice broke into a telling of the history of this place. A mountainous region with tunnels and caves running all throughout, holding all sorts of unsavory secrets he didn't deign to share with her here. The mountains had been the source of much storied history in Bajok for generations. And she listened, It dawned on her slowly how young the voice seemed. There was an eager edge to it, a haste to get all the words out before they lost their place. She had heard that in orders before from nervous retainers as they hurriedly spilled their stories to her, wary of straining her attention. There was more confidence to this tale. The man, the markedly young man, wasn't concerned about her reaction at all, but it was clear he had little experience with such long-winded tellings. The more she heard, the more tension drained from her body. She wouldn't lower her guard with him. She wasn't stupid, but her instincts were telling her she wasn't in any immediate danger for now. She might not be able to take him on his word, but she did know that he had every advantage over her right now. He could clearly see, for one, if the lack of blind pawing at the rope or her arm was anything to go by. To say nothing of the fact that this was apparently his cave, his space. If he wasn't already using his advantages, he must have a reason. She would need to learn it. It was essential she do. But for now...
Six. Ikenna. Well, that could have gone better. Ikenna slumped against the far wall, sliding to the floor and clutching at his side with an inward groan. He never expected this to be easy. Nothing ever was, but he had hoped for a better start than this. That fall had done a real number on him. His back was bruised black, and he had a wide, shallow scrape across his lower left. He wasn't sure, but it felt as though he might have cracked some ribs as well. It was an unfamiliar experience for him, feeling fragile. He touched at his ribs gingerly and looked across at the princess, asleep on the opposite side of the cave. She had done something to him as he chased her. He hadn't recognized it at the time, but the unnatural chill that had run down his spine as she fell had been more than simple dread. She had thrown a glance his way before she tripped, sent out some unusual wave of power. It had snared him without him even realizing. As they had fallen, he had called to the beast within, coaxing his hyena free to harden his hide and take the brunt of the fall. But he had heard no response. For the first time in his life, his second self had been silenced. Ikenna didn't know how the princess had done it, and he wished she hadn't at that precise moment. He would have been saved from his injuries then. But the fact that she could sent a surge of hope racing through his heart. He had never, in all his life, had the chance to live without his hyena. The heckling cackle always lingering at the edges of his mind no matter what he did, no matter how hard he tried to fight it back. He had never known the peace of not even having to try. He had to know what she had done. He looked down at her arm, the blood from her pierced skin stemmed by the thin layer of flesh closed over the wound. He wasn't sure what he had expected from the young woman when she first woke. He hadn't put much thought to her as a person at all before he actually got her to the cave. She was a target, a goal, a means by which to strike out at his clan. He supposed he hadn't really expected much of anything from her. She was just some pampered princess from a foreign land, a silly, scared little flower that would wilt at the first sign of danger. That's just how royal whelplings were. Except, she wasn't. In the short time it took him to scout the area for Mortosi, she had somehow managed to make her way, completely blind, to the den exit and almost out onto the hills. If he hadn't returned at that exact moment, she would have been one stone's press away from freedom, out wandering the black rocks where anyone could have found her. And then, exhausted and half-drugged, she had taken her broken arm in hand and casually sewn it back together with nothing but strength of will alone. He knew such power. Mystic healing was something the Bajoki had been using for centuries, though through group ritual, not any one healer's power. And hell, inherent, natural healing was something his own kind had as part of their intrinsic bloodline. But it was one thing to brush away scrapes and cuts, healing away the worst of the damage from an arm as mangled as hers had been, practically unaided. That was something special. It was no wonder the others wanted her blood. Ikena shook his head side to side with an angered hiss, stifling the gibbering moan fighting its way from his hyena's throat at the back of his head. He had to be more careful. The others would be out in force searching for her. He couldn't afford to mess up again. He turned away from the sleeping princess and scratched at the back of his head. He was glad of the cave's darkness. At least, until the twins' lights lit up for the night, his hyena could slip free without Ikena worrying the princess might see. It helped him keep the beast calm, letting it taste the open air. It chafed constantly beneath the bindings of his flesh. There were other benefits, too. The keen sight of the creature was one of the few traits his demon bloodline offered him that he didn't despise by default. He scratched at the furred hide grown out behind him, feeling the quivering shake of the raised hairs as his hyena's senses flared. "Quiet, Inyewe." Ikena soothed the beast absently, his thoughts dancing listlessly in the dark. Most Kishi, well, none of them, gave names to their hyenas. His father, Uzoma, had chided Ikena when he first let slip that his beast had been given one. Ikena learned quickly to keep such queer customs to himself. With the thrills and fears of the hunt for the princess, he had been focused, set on the path he had chosen. The path his clan had forced upon him. The rage that had driven his rebellion still bubbled within him, but now that he actually had the princess here, locked away where the scum wouldn't find her, he didn't know what to do with all the hate. He had learned early in life that misspent emotion could cost dearly. The beast within wanted to run wild, free, always and forever. If he let it think it could, riding on the back of his rage, even for a moment, all the leashes and chains he had worked so hard to fasten through the years would slip away, and then he would never get control again. "It won't happen. I won't let it." He felt the chuckle of his hyena. It nibbled on his hand as he stroked the maw still stretching from the back of his head. The creature was a fickle thing. It fed on his emotion and delighted in his frustrated attempts to battle back the anger. It had been a long time since he had struggled like this. He had thought himself an adept by now. He'd spent his entire life trying to control his demons after all, literal and figurative both. He had to let the rage go, to turn the acceptance of what his family had done. He would destroy them for it, but he couldn't do it with hatred in his heart. But every time he thought about his brother Bako biting into Imani, he clawed his hand down the hyena's skin, his nails grinding against its iron hide. Just thinking about it made him want to howl and rake at the wall. It wasn't his anger at Bako that had him. His hate of his enemies was strong and pure, but he had dealt with that all his life. No, it was the anger at himself that bound him tight. It was the frustration of knowing the source of his imbalance and yet still failing to purge it from his mind. He was supposed to be better than this. He was better than this. But his baser, primal side just didn't care. His hyena cackled quietly again, in a sickly chuckle, and Ikena sighed. This is why he couldn't do things like throw himself off a ledge to catch falling princesses. His instincts were not always his own. He could never be sure of his own heart until he had calmed his mind and stilled his senses. In-the-moment instincts left no such pause. Ikena gently tugged at the tuft of one upward ear, willing his hyena to stay silent. In isolation, the two of them got on well enough. It was in how they dealt with outsiders that their wills crossed most often, and to them, all besides themselves were outsiders. The pack offered them nothing. Strangers offered them nothing. But she's different, Ikena forced through his mind with fierce determination. The princess is different. He gripped the twitching maw of his hyena firmly and ceased its shaking, forcing it to look at the girl on the far side of their den. She offers vengeance and retribution for Imani. The hyena threatened a growl, and Ikena released his grip. He understood. He knew now that wasn't all the princess might offer him, and Inyewe knew it too. The hyena had no desire to be locked away at the back of Ikena's mind. He had made his displeasure clear the last time it had been tried, all those years ago. Ikena pushed to his feet and rubbed at his back. His Kishi healing was doing its work, but much too slowly. His injuries should have been halfway healed by now. The fact that they weren't meant his hyena was holding back, relishing in the pain Ikenna was suffering for his, as Inyewe saw it, stupidity. He could handle the pain. He dealt with far worse. But his partner's petty rebellion needed putting in its place. He needed both his heads on straight if he wanted to keep the princess safe. He closed his eyes, all four of them, and held them shut against the will of his beast. When he opened them again, awake to his inner self, he saw the den around him in an old light. He saw the pillar he had danced around as a child, the same one he had chased around and scratched at as a pup. He saw the moon's pool set in the wall that mirrored a reflection of the twins' light shine when the cavernous crystals woke to the night. He remembered splashing in the pool and howling up at the chasmed ceiling. The large splinter of layered rock would catch his cries and echo them higher, like a small skyward canyon. He fought the canine urge to shout those cries now, biting them back and turning his gaze again down to the den walls. Upon those walls he and Inyewe beheld the ruin of their shared youth. They found more anger, but not the splayed and separate hatreds of today. There was a unifying rage, red-hot anger replaced by the icy stab of old betrayal. As their gaze circled the room, they saw great tracts of rock walls scratched away, chunks of broken stone scattering the edges of the cave. Between the worst of the damage, he could still see the edges of their art. Paintings and carvings ran along the wall, some simply rough-hewn shapes, others fully formed pictures of mountains and flowers and rivers and waterfalls. The shared work was the first collaboration between Ikenna and Inyewe. The pack had ruined it. The pack had taken their pictures and their colors and destroyed them forever. It was the first great betrayal, but it wasn't the last. Resting a clenched, trembling hand against the pillar splitting the cave, he walked around the spindled strut, looking back at Shanaki. She is our revenge. She must be protected, he begged the beast as it sniffed the air with a tilted curiosity. After a moment, Ikenna felt a tug at his neck, and he turned his head to follow Inyewe's urging. Across the room, he saw the remains of one particular painting, the hind paw, the tuft of a front ear of a hyena cub, and across from it the snout of a second pressing close to where the first's head should still have been. Yes, Ikenna thought eagerly. Ours. Kin. Protect. He felt the concept settle in his second mind, and the pain of his back dulled, his ribs aching a little less. The subtle, distressed shifting of Inyewe's snout stilled. Ikenna sat back down and leaned against the cave's pillar, tired from his latest struggle with the demon, and waited for Princess Shanaki to wake once more. Seven. Ikenna. Her eyes are like hot coals, Ikenna thought as she stirred awake hours later. The princess had fallen sideways in her sleep and had to sit awkwardly on her side until the feeling in her good arm returned from where she had lain on it. The smoldering heat of her gaze seemed to give off a faint light all its own as her eyes traced their way through the gloom. A few moments passed, and Ikenna found himself unsure of how to break the silence. He could see a shift in her eyes. They had been searching, straining for any sign of him they could find. Now they held a question, one that he could tell by the rest of her face she was fighting the urge to ask. Ikenna considered, for a moment, leaving the unasked question unanswered. It would be interesting to see what she did when she thought herself alone. Perhaps he'd catch a glimpse of the cunning nature that had, in the brief time he'd known her, almost granted her escape. In the end, he decided against it. If he was aiming to build a foundation of trust here, he needed to make honest first steps. "Did you sleep well?" He cursed himself the moment he said it. "Of course she didn't sleep well, you idiot. She was sleeping off a Sulan hangover with a half-healed broken arm at her side, in the cave you've abducted her to. Did you sleep well, honestly?" "Well enough," came her reply after a moment's thought. Ikenna was surprised at the calm of her tone. It was still cool, and her eyes had lost none of their edge, but she seemed more guarded than hostile as she rubbed the sleep from her eyes. He had left the pause too long. He uttered a quick, "Good," and ushered in a fresh silence. He didn't want to let this less hostile air slip away. He cast about for something to move the conversation past awkward etiquette, but came up short. Eventually, he remembered that neither of them had eaten anything all day, and it was almost nightfall outside. With the exertion of her injury and climb, the princess was bound to be hungry. He asked the question, and she nodded a firm yes. "I'd rather have some light, though, if possible," she said. "I grow tired of talking to a shadow in the dark." Ikenna glanced up at the twins' lights. "I would have lit a fire for you when you first woke up, but, the smoke and all." She wrinkled her nose in irritated acceptance. "Don't worry, though. We'll have some light soon. The moons will be out in an hour or so." A look of confusion crossed her face then. "And how will that help us here?" "You'll see. Give me a moment. I'll grab the food." He climbed to his feet and jogged to the second tunnelway on the far side of the room. He clutched at his ribs as he went. The last of the cracks were still only just on the men now that his hyena was back behind him. Inyewe sniffed quietly at the air, eagerly following the scent of food as Ikenna led them down the passage. The room off from his main den had been turned into a paltry storeroom of sorts. When Ikenna had decided that he would bring the princess here, he had gathered what supplies he could in a hurry and stashed them. There wasn't much, only enough for a few days, weeks if they could stomach staling bread and turned meat, but it was better than starting off with his next resort. At least this way he'd have time to win the princess over before feeding her rodent and cave moss. He took a fair chunk of the bread and some cold peanut soup and turned back to the main den. The princess started with a small jump when he called out that he had returned. She tried to hide it at first, but quickly gave it up for a lost cause. "You might consider making a little more noise when you approach a lady blind in the dark," she said through gritted teeth. He could hear her heart hammering in her chest. "Sorry, princess. Very old habit. I've spent most of my life trying to go unnoticed." He wasn't sure why he told her that. Even as he said it, he regretted the words. He expected her to prod for further explanation, but instead she simply looked away from him, or where she thought she had heard him, at least. She turned her head down and ran her hand over her half-broken arm, testing the stretched skin gently. "No matter." He moved to sit in front of her, pointedly scratching his bare feet along the stone and giving a light sigh as he lowered to the ground. She gave no sign she had taken note of his efforts. She simply looked back up from her arm and waited for him to speak. He reached out with the bread and gently nudged it against her good hand. She took it from him without preamble, holding it in her lap and continuing to watch his way. "It's not poisoned, before you ask," Ikenna muttered as he tore away a bite of his own portion, loud enough for her to hear. "I wasn't going to. It seems to me that, for whatever reason, you want me alive." She gave him a look before taking her first hungry bite, gulping it down and adding, "At least, for now." Ikenna swallowed his own mouthful quickly. "I do. You claim to have brought me here to keep me safe," she continued, interrupting him. "The question that leaves me is why? What are you supposed to be protecting me from?" She bit into her chunk of loaf again, chewing steadily, her eyes fixed only slightly off from where he actually sat, as she waited for his reply. It didn't come quickly. There was a long, drawn-out silence, broken only by the tearing and chewing of more bread. Ikenna honestly wasn't sure where to begin. He tried desperately to think of an answer that wouldn't just lead to more uncomfortable questions, but none came to mind. How was he supposed to convince her of the danger she faced without leading her to the obvious follow-ups that would reveal who and what he was? He could see from the narrowing of her eyes and the longer gaps between bites that the princess was growing impatient for an answer. She wasn't going to just let the question lie. In truth, he had wanted her to know as soon as possible himself. He needed her on board if he was going to have any hope of keeping the two of them hidden, after all. But now that she had actually asked him, he didn't know how best to get the words out. It wasn't an easy thing to say. He took a deep breath and started at the beginning. "What do you know of the Kishi? The princess swallowed her latest bite and frowned. Not much, she admitted. The villagers back in Bajok spoke of them as demons they had faced many years ago, but they wouldn't explain any further when I asked. It was about the only interesting story any of them had to tell, too. Ikenna gave a murmur of acknowledgement. I'm not surprised. It's not a pleasant story. The interesting ones rarely are. The princess tore another mouthful from her bread, shrugging her good shoulder casually as she dismissed his ominous tone. Ikenna sat there for a moment, watching her eat. He pushed the bowl of peanut soup toward her, and she bent down to dip her bread. She didn't understand just how real the demons were. He felt a wave of irritation from his partner, felt his urge to snap at the air and show her the truth of things. Ikenna could understand his reaction. No one liked to be dismissed as insignificant. He couldn't begrudge the beast that. But the princess didn't know who they were, or anything about the Kishi at all. He had to make her understand. The Kishi are real, princess, and they're monsters. Half human, half hyena demons. They're fast, faster than you can believe, and strong too. They tear your best guardsmen to pieces, and they do it with ease. But worse, they're clever. They don't just kill you. They manipulate you into killing yourself. They twist your emotions until you just walk like a hapless puppet right into their open maws. Ikenna spat the explanation in disgust, pushing on before he could falter. Their favorite prey are the weak that think themselves strong. They twist their spirit and play with their inner selves until they'd happily dance through fire if they asked them to. And the Kishi do this all in the name of a more satisfying meal. He finally relented, swallowing back the bile from his tirade and forcing himself not to continue. The princess paused her eating and looked out through the darkness thoughtfully. She swallowed the last of her bread and set the bowl she had been pulling from down by her side, wiping her hand on her silk skirt. She pursed her lips briefly before speaking. What is your name? My name? He asked, surprised at the abrupt change of subject. Your name. Captor or savior, I should like to know it. He hesitated a moment, though he didn't know why. He supposed he felt a strange comfort in his anonymity, but she would see his face soon enough. The time for hiding in the shadows was past. Ikenna, he returned quietly. She nodded. Weya, Ikenna. I am Princess Shinaki, second heir to Yaset, he interrupted swiftly. I know who you are, princess. He realized his mistake immediately, the look of surprised irritation she shot him, a stern chastisement. That said, it felt like she was holding herself back, still trying to avoid hostility. Shanaki, she voiced in a deliberate tone. My name is Shanaki. I'm not one for needless formality where I can avoid it, and Ogo Allah knows we've no need for it here. Shanaki, then. There was another pause. Shanaki seemed to be weighing something up in her mind, so he left her to it, taking back her discarded bowl and scooping the peanut soup to his mouth with his hand. How do you know so much about the Kishi, Ikenna? She asked. He froze, his latest scoopful halfway to his mouth. She pressed on. How do you know they're targeting me? Her eyes were fixed on where she thought she would find his own, her searching gaze unblinking. Ikenna thought to lie, to come up with some story about how he had overheard them making plans when he was walking in the hills, but he knew it was pointless. She already suspected something. Lying would only burn away what little cautious trust she had. I know, because I'm one of them. Ikenna took a deep breath and let it out in a rush, a great weight seeming to lift from his shoulders. It was the first time he had ever revealed his secret to anyone outside the clan. Shinaki sat still, watching him, her eyes unchanged. They still held to their search, sensing for any hint of deception or threat. Why then? Why help me? Why betray your people for a stranger? She spoke the question softly. It was the first time he had heard her voice free of its underlying edge. This he could answer swiftly. Because I'm not one of them. They're not my people, and they never have been. You can't betray what you are never loyal to. He turned his head to the ruined walls she couldn't see. "I've hated them since I was 6 years old. We share nothing in this life but the demon's blood running through our veins." He considered leaving it at that, but he had come this far. He may as well run the full gambit. They killed someone important to me, and I want to make them pay. The princess stayed quiet for a while then, picking out chunks of her remaining bread and lifting them to her mouth, slowly. She seemed to withdraw deep inside herself, the way he did when his hyena was being particularly ferocious. She was coming to a decision in her head. He could see it in her eyes. "Thank you, Ikenna," she finally spoke up minutes later. "Thank you for your honesty and for your courage." It was almost too much to hope for. "You believe me? Really?" She smirked around her last bit of bread, a hint of something new flashing across her face, but gone before he could put a name to it. "I do, actually. I'm not really sure why, but my gut tells me you're telling the truth. And it served me well thus far." She wiped at her mouth and brushed stray crumbs from her chest. "Besides, if you are lying, playing some grand part to lure me into trusting you, I'm not sure what you expect to get out of it. No matter what, I'm still stuck in a dark cave with a dangerous stranger. Cooperative or not, I'm not getting out without you letting me." He supposed she was right. The perspective certainly made things a lot more simple. "Right. I guess that's true. Smooth, Ikenna. Well, I'm glad." Silence followed then. Not the tense silence of potential hostility that had reigned before, but the slightly awkward silence of unfamiliar companions reaching for fresh somethings to say. Shanaki broke it first. "So, what's the plan?" She sat up a little straighter and rested her good hand over her injured arm. The tension of her brow told him she had begun her healing again. Ikenna didn't want to answer, didn't want to tell the princess, whose confidence he had only just earned, that there was no plan. He really hadn't had time to think much beyond stealing her away and getting her to his den in the first place. His clan hadn't given him any. So, instead, he took the easy dodge. "Should you really be healing your injury again so soon? You weren't asleep that long, barely a nap, and you only just got some food in you." "I have strength enough for this much. I dealt with the worst of it before. I'm mostly just strengthening what I already healed now." She looked up from her arm, unfazed, her expression expectant. Ikenna glanced to the side, nervous under her stare. It was amazing how she could do that, make him feel like she was staring into his soul, even through the dark. He dreaded what she could manage under the glow of the twins' lights. "What?" he asked. Her expression dampened fast, her eyes slating over in annoyance. "The plan? Right. Long and short of it is, we wait here until my clan gets lazy in their search for you. Then make an escape north through Guela. Unless He hesitated. "Unless I get word otherwise. Either way, we'll figure out the best way to get you back to Yaset." Shanaki didn't look happy with the idea. "You would have me cower and hide, and then when we've had enough of that, just run back home with my tail tucked firmly between my legs?" "I wouldn't put it like that," Ikenna remarked dryly. "But essentially, yes." "Yaseti don't run from danger, and I am the princess." Shanaki held her expression firm and unrelenting, her grip on her arm tightening slightly in her obstinance. "From this danger, you need to. You don't know the Kishi like I do. Your people can't fight them. They'll tear them apart." Ikenna was gesturing with his arms, desperate for her to understand. Futility through the darkness be damned. Shanaki bristled. "Are you so sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. I already told you I'm far from the strongest Kishi out there, and I didn't exactly struggle with your guard. You took them by surprise. Had they been prepared, I still would have beaten them. I'm just faster than they are, princess." "Shanaki," she hissed in irritation. Ikenna sighed. "Sorry. Shanaki. I'm not trying to insult your guard. Really, I'm not. They're good, better than anything I've seen out of Bajok by a league and a half. But they're fighting demons. It's not a fair competition." He pushed on, wanting to cover every base he could. And they won't be prepared. They'll be just as ambushed as your men were on the river. It's how they operate. How they hunt. He paused to see if any of it was sinking in. Shinaki had taken on a stubborn but contemplative posture, clearly bristling under the weight of her pride. But she didn't strike him as the type to linger in that headspace for long, and from the softening of her expression after a few scant moments, he had guessed right. All right, so my people are at a disadvantage. I'll grant you that. She looked at him, her healing hand lifted from her arm slightly in her distraction. But all the more reason not to run. I can help them fight. My power can hold them back long enough to have a fighting chance. She really, truly cares about what happens to them. Ikenna sat quiet for a moment, slightly in awe and watching as the princess hung in anticipation of his reply. You used it on me before by the stairs, didn't you? I didn't realize until afterward what you had done. What is that power? I've never heard of anything like it before. Shinaki leaned back, clearly not happy with the change in direction, but glad to have avoided outright dismissal all the same. She returned to her healing and answered carefully. It's part of my magic. I'm twice blessed. I can heal and I can suppress other mystics' blessings. Or curses, I suppose, in your case. She focused down at her arm, shame darkening her face. I'm usually much better at it than when I used it on you. I was panicking, acting on instinct instead of intention. It was sloppy. It was amazing, Ikenna corrected, sincerely. He had to get what this meant for him across to her now while he had the chance. I couldn't call on my hyena at all. Ikenna shifted his back a bit with a groan and tried to lighten the mood a little. Not going to lie, though. I wish you had held off on it just a few seconds longer. That fall would have been a lot easier on my back if you had. Shinaki smiled a little at that. Just a small smirk, but he saw the fires being stoked behind her eyes once more. But seriously, Ikenna continued, you don't know what that was like, to have my power stripped completely away like that. He saw her smile drop, a flash of defensiveness crossing her expression. I didn't exactly know you were trying to help me at the time. That's not what I meant, Ikenna spoke quickly, his hands pointlessly raised again to calm her. It wasn't a bad thing. For the first time in my life, I was free of the hyena, free of its gnawing, biting, cackling hell in my head. It was unbelievable. She looked up from her healing, her idea clear in her face. I could do it again. Don't. As unpleasant as most of it is, there are some benefits to my Kishi blood. I need my night's eyes while it's still dark, for one, and if I concentrate, I can sense if any of my clan are nearby. It's safer this way. He paused, then added, Besides, I don't think it's a good idea to get too comfortable with that. Why not? You're allowed some peace of mind. It's not your fault you were born with demon blood in your veins, you know. She was being earnest. It surprised him how little she seemed to care what he was. It's not that. It's... He paused again, unsure how to get across his true fear. I don't want to grow comfortable with the quiet, just to end up losing it again when you leave. Oh. They fell silent again. Ikenna could tell she was looking for something to say just as much as he was, but after a while she returned to focusing on her arm. He could see the hairs on her skin raised around the touch of her hand as they reacted to the steady flow of magic. She looked up suddenly, a question clear on her lips. You said you could see through your knight's eyes and that Kishi are half man, half hyena. Tell me, what does that look like? If I had the light of the sun to see by right now, what would I be looking at? Ikenna's heart beat heavy in his chest. There was no fear in her question, no trace of hidden malice. She was genuinely, honestly curious. Who is this girl? He looked down at his hands and back up at her. You would see a man, just a normal man, with long locks of dark hair and golden eyes. Shinaki frowned. Well, that's disappointing. No mottled fur, no serpent's tongue or bloodied fangs. Ikenna couldn't help it. He smiled. What hyenas do they have in your set that you would expect a serpent's tongue? Well, I don't know, do I? You say hyena, but you also say demon. Maybe you are just exaggerating with that second part. Shinaki leaned back against the wall behind her. He could see keeping up the constant flow of energy to her arm was starting to drain her again. He considered her words. He was tempted to leave her with them, but it wouldn't be right. She wouldn't be sitting here so matter-of-fact about it all if she knew the true darkness of his kind. He let the silence fester a little. Maybe the hint of drama would help him convince her. It's not an exaggeration, Shinaki. Kishi are demons. You say that, but I know nothing about them, Ikena cut her off. One look at us and we ensnare your senses, creeping into your mind and turning it against you. We eat men, women, and children as easy as boar. Hells, our first act in life is tearing our way through our mother's belly. We are literally born children of Dulagi, Shinaki. Born with a taste for blood. Ikena had his head in his hands, his locks falling in curtains around his face. Inyewe mewed silently from the back of his skull, his voice held tight by Ikena's mental chains. It's who you are that matters, Ukulu, not what, Shinaki said. You are Ikena, and while I admit I have only just met him, if he has been true to himself thus far, then he does not strike me as the evil type. She smiled, raising her hand from her arm with a tired sigh. Trust me, I'm an excellent judge of character. She raised her slightly swollen arm before her face, squinting as though she might suddenly be able to see it through the darkness. She clenched her hand twice, testing its strength with a look his way. I am not afraid of the Kishi or any demons that would threaten my people. Don't think I'll just give up on going to help them because you've got horror stories to tell. She lowered her clenched fist and shrugged her good shoulder. That said, I'm in no state to help anyone like this. We'll do things your way for now, at least until I've had a chance to heal properly. Shinaki nodded, the matter clearly settled as far as she was concerned, and moved swiftly on, jerking her head to the air above. When am I going to get this special moonlighting, then? Any minute now. Ikena set the small chip of stone he had been fingering in one hand down on the ground, resting his hands on his knees and looking up. He could sense the faintest, imperceptible glow of the twins' lights starting to come to life. Good. I should like to see this face that promises to ensnare my senses, she smirked, sitting up a bit, and shuffling until she was comfortable against the rock. Eight. Ikena. It wasn't long before the first of the crystals began their glow. Ikena drew Inyewe back within his head at the first sign of the cave's curtain of darkness drawing back. The pitch black faded, and the faintest of blurred outlines became dim silhouettes, shifting into shapes and shadow as everything started to take form before their eyes. Most of this went unnoticed by Shinaki, Ikena saw, as she stared at the chasm ceiling above. Her eyes were alight with radiant sparks of silver blue, deep mirrors soaking in the luminous lunar light shining down on them both. As her eyes cast up, Ikena's own were drawn down. The new light had drawn stark attention to her beauty, the soft hue of her cheeks, the fullness of her lips. For the first time, his human eyes took in the quiet grace of her posture, the swell of her curves, her long legs carved from dark marble, smoother than satin silk. I thought you were supposed to be the one ensnaring my senses. She canted her head, her golden earrings resting atop her shoulder. Ikena snapped his eyes upward, startled back to himself by Shinaki's voice. She was smiling bemusedly at him, her gaze twinkling from more than just the crystals above. Ikena could feel himself blushing, and he jumped for some excuse, a reason for his stare. I was checking your leg. He swallowed, moistening his dry mouth. I thought there might be some swelling. Of course, she agreed with enthusiastic and mocking earnestness before mercifully dropping the jest and nodding up at the crystals. I've never seen so many natural light stones in one place before. They're beautiful. They are, Ikenna said, following her gaze. I call them twins lights. For a long time they were the only light I knew. I like that, Shinaki mused. Twins lights. After the twilight and the twins. For a while they passed into light conversation. Ikenna told Shinaki the story he had been taught about how the twins' lights had been sung to life by his ancestors and rooted in the Kishi dens. She spoke of how, back home, the Yaseti had mastered the art of growing their own. They used enchantments to store light over time and keep their stones glowing regardless of sun or moon. Ikenna was fascinated by her tales of Yaset, and Shinaki seemed eager to share them. She clearly missed her home. She had spent much of her life hearing of its wider regions from servants and guardsmen, maybe the occasional merchant trader if she caught one out on her rare secret walks through the streets. The more they talked, the more he noticed how little effect he was having on the Yaseti princess. Ikenna would never call himself a conceited person. He prided himself on holding to his humility, but he had long grown used to having to fight off the attention of women. He deliberately distanced himself from the villagers and farmhands he encountered, knowing that his demon nature lured them in just by his very breathing. He had tried, once or twice, to talk to some of them. He had wanted some practice to see if he might one day approach Imani. But every time he tried, forcing all his inherent mystical instincts back beneath his skin, he still ended up drawing them to his words like fireflies to a flame. He hated it. He wanted a real connection with someone to talk openly to, and to share thoughts with on an even footing, not a spellbound slave hanging on his every word, every motion. But as much as he wanted it, he never expected to actually find it, not from a human girl, at least. Yet here Shinaki was, conversing with him freely, her senses as sure looking at him as if she were looking at a wall. It shouldn't have been possible. He had become lost in his thoughts, and didn't immediately realize that Shinaki had stopped talking. She was looking at him with a question on her face. "Sorry, what was that?" he asked apologetically, hand rubbing the back of his head. "It doesn't matter," she dismissed with a wave. He noticed she seemed to turn inward a little, like he had disappointed her somehow. They both spoke at once, cutting off and waiting for the other to resume. Shinaki drove ahead faster. "I've just seen something far more interesting." She pointed her good hand over his shoulder to the wall opposite her own. "What are those?" She was pointing to one of the larger pieces of undamaged stone. A small collection of scrawls and painted pictures were scattered across it, lit by the silver glow of the twins' lights. Ikenna had mixed feelings about that spot. It was the largest section of art that had survived his clan's savagery, but only by virtue of it being where he had cowered before their attack. Inyewe detested it. The memories it invoked stunk of weakness and failure. But Ikenna saw the lesson it represented and appreciated what little had been saved, despite the reasons why. "Oh, that," he said. "Just some pictures I made when I was a boy." Shinaki left her arm alone for the moment and stood up, walking towards the opposite wall and running a hand across the carvings and painted shapes. "How old were you? They're pretty good." 7. Not much to do when you're stuck here in the dark with only yourselves for company. Shinaki raised an eyebrow at that. "Selves?" Ikenna shrugged, turning away and walking to lean against the cave's pillar. Shinaki looked back at the art. "Why did you destroy it all?" "I didn't. My clan took exception to me shirking my training and wanted to teach me a lesson. No wonder you're not close." She moved closer to look at a painted paw print. While she was focused on the wall, Ikenna moved behind the pillar and called to Inyewe in his mind. From within his locks, he felt the hyena stir, poking its snout out to sniff at the air. Ikenna was surprised, and his concentration slipped for a second, long enough for the beast's mewling to escape its throat. He heard Shinaki spin towards him, and he quickly pulled the hyena back within. He used the pillar for cover as he pushed the back of his head and forced the frustrated maw through his hair. "Ikenna? Sorry, Prince Shinaki. I was just curious." The hyena fully drawn within him and his hair back in place, he stepped out from behind the pillar. "About what?" Her head was tilted in curiosity of her own, her gaze guarded. "Just I thought you might be suppressing some of my power, is all. He shrugged, trying to show her she could relax and that it wasn't something he was concerned about. A look of realization shifted her expression. Ah, right. Wondering why your irresistible charm hasn't swept me off my feet yet, is that it? To be honest, I'm not used to women turning away from me when they have the choice not to. Well, maybe Yaseti women just have higher standards than your usual Bajoki stock. She smiled and rose from her crouch, walking out to the middle of the cave and scratching at her arm. You're not that handsome, you know. But you think I'm handsome, though? Ikenna joked. Seriously, how are you? I'm just keeping my guard up, that's all. I don't have to spread my power out all the time, you know. She rubbed at the scratch marks on her arm, massaging the raw skin. Though I admit, I'm curious to see what you look like with my guard lowered a little. Have you always had such dangerous curiosities? Shinaki shrugged. Naya always says it's probably for the best that my father keeps me locked inside the palace as much as possible. Not that that stops her sneaking me out from time to time. Naya? The captain of my personal guard. She took on a wistful look. And my friend. Ikenna knew what that look meant. She was worried for her people back in Bajok. He saw where those thoughts would lead her and tried to steer them clear. She's the captain of your guard, but she sneaks you out the palace? I can be very persuasive. She gave a half-hearted attempt at a canted smirk, but her heart clearly wasn't in it. Her thoughts were far away and down the mountain. Well, she likes stories. I bet you had fun, he said. That was all it took. She was clearly as keen to escape her thoughts as he was to steer her from them. Ikenna spent the next few hours learning more about Yaset, its culture, and its people, the smaller details she had left out of her earlier tales. Shinaki continued her healing on and off throughout. He could see the process was taking a lot out of her. Beads of sweat were starting to run down her forehead and arms, and the occasional shiver would shake her shoulders. The reprieves between her healing began to grow longer with each passing hour. When Ikenna felt the twins reach their zenith, by the light of the crystal's glow, he spoke up. You should get some rest. You're looking a little worn. Shinaki feigned indignation. Excuse me? Ikenna had grown used to their back and forth by now and waved her off. I said I'm tired. I need my sleep. Shinaki nodded indulgently. Oh, well, in that case, we had better get some rest. Ikenna smiled and sat down to sleep. The next few days for them were spent sporadically, switching between talking, eating, and sleeping. Ikenna grew to know Shinaki rather well. He learned her passion for debate, that one of her favorite pastimes was fishing, and that she had a particular pride for her country. Ikenna shared things about himself as well, things he had not shared with anyone before. It was a comfortable companionship, and Ikenna found he liked the princess a lot. She was interesting. She knew much of the world beyond Bajok, far more than he did, and yet she had the same yearning to see it that he held himself, as most of what she knew came from stories. They shared their pasts, Ikenna abridging less and less of his own as he began to trust Shinaki's strange tolerance for his darker side. They spent some time trying to improve his Maraset. Shinaki claimed he was a fast learner, and that his knack for picking up the vocabulary was surprisingly good. It was just his pronunciation that needed work, for the most part. It took a few days for them to shift their body clocks, but eventually they had themselves set so they awoke with the glow of the twins' lights. Shinaki was especially grateful. She had grown reasonably familiar with the dark now that she trusted Ikenna with it, but it still frustrated her to be so completely blind for so long. Her frustration was made worse by the difficulty she was having with her arm. She had woken on the third day to a throbbing at her elbow, and by the fourth her skin had darkened as though halfway to a bruise. Ikenna was worried. He feared the wound might have festered from within and picked up some sort of infection. Shinaki was stubborn about it, though, insisting it was just a part of the process and that she'd work through it with her power. That day's night, Ikenna stayed awake, watching Shinaki's form sleeping restlessly in the darkness. The healing was taking more out of her than it should have. He was no expert on mystic healing, but it stood to reason that the further along the process she was, the less strenuous the healing should have been. The body could be relied on to heal itself more, for one thing. By morning of their 5th day together, Ikenna had made his decision. She was beginning to show signs of a fever, and her arm had turned a true blackened purple. None of the herbs or salves he kept in the cave would do anything for her. This was an internal sickness. It needed the Iwasani herb. He had to go back out onto the hills. Shinaki. He shook her shoulder gently. Shinaki, wake up. She moaned an unintelligible complaint, which was unusual. He had learned early on that Shinaki was the definition of an early riser. It normally took barely a motion to snap her fully awake. He tried again. Shinaki, you need to wake up. He looked around for the water bowl she had been using the previous night, finding it empty and propped up against the wall. He went to draw from the corner pool and returned to the princess, dipping his fingers into the bowl and flicking a splash over her face. It had the desired effect. Shinaki woke with a splutter and a cough, cursing him with her eyes as they focused on his face. What was that for? Sorry, princess. You wouldn't wake up. He pointed at her purpled skin. Look at your arm. She did, glancing down and raising what was clearly a very stiff limb. She frowned, and he could see the faint spark of fear deep in the corners of her eyes. There was only one reason the Princess Shinaki of the Yaseti he had come to know would show even that much fear in her eyes. That settled it then. He was going out into the hills. You said it was too dangerous to go just outside the cave when I asked for a little sunlight, but it's okay for you to go all the way out roaming for medicine? Shinaki was holding her darkened arm with her good one, strange showing in the creases of her eyes and forehead. Yet still, she managed to look imposing as she towered over a sitting Ikenna. He was seated against the pillar, wrapping rope over his shoulders in case he needed it for his climb. It's not so bad if it's just me. I know my way around, and I can stay hidden easier. And if they find you anyway? He shrugged. Then I'll outrun them. She gave him a despairing look and seemed half ready to roll her eyes. This is stupid. I can heal it myself. She gripped her arm harder, and he felt the channeling of magic again. The hair on the back of his neck stood up at its pulse. He straightened upright and pressed his hand over hers, lifting her grip gently from her arm. He spoke softly, imploring her to listen with his eyes. You've been trying. You told me yourself you're not the best at this. Don't push yourself. As she gave up her half-hearted fight against his hold and looked up into his eyes, he saw for the first time the old and familiar warning signs of his power taking hold of her. Her gaze was locked a little too fiercely on his own, her breath braced a little too tightly. He released her and turned quickly, moving out of the main chamber and into the tunnel where they kept their supplies. From inside, he brought back a large wooden basin and a plain set of wrappings. She had had time to shake herself back to attention while he retrieved them, and again looked her usual self, if ragged and tired. You should wash while I'm gone. There are some fresh wrappings here. He held up the cloth for her to see. Use the basin to get the water from the pool. Don't want to spoil the water by cleaning in it directly. She was looking at him as though he had grown a second head. The irony was not lost on him. What? He asked plainly. There are ways to say these things to a lady, Ikenna. You should wash is not one of them. She looked indignant, and though she was playing it mostly for humor, he could still sense the tinge of actual embarrassment in her tone. Ikenna almost laughed. Wouldn't you like to clean up and get out of those sweaty clothes? That's not the point, she hissed, whipping the wraps from his hands and reaching for the basin. She let out a wince of pain as her weak arm strained against the weight of the bowl briefly, but quickly hid it as she tucked the basin beneath her arm. Sorry, princess. I'm just a lowly, uncultured demon. I have a lot to learn about these things. He bent to pick up his loop of rope and threw it over his shoulder. I'll be back as soon as I can. Ikenna. Ikenna walked down the den tunnels for a few minutes, passing 4 bends in the passage before stopping to draw on Nyewe. He bent low, his head twisting and his limbs folding over in a sickening crack as his hyena surfaced and his backside shifted to a thick, furred hide. He sped to the surface as fast as he could, demon blood pumping in his ears. As he closed the den behind him, the silver glow of the boulder's seals matching the hue of the dying light of the stars above, he thought about the last few days and the changes he had begun to realize in himself. His parting words to Shinaki, for one. If someone had told Ikenna he would be joking about his cursed blood a week ago, he wouldn't have believed them. Spending all this time with the princess had shifted his perspective. His priorities shuffled to match her uncompromising sense of humor and wit. Shinaki had made clear she had little time for the particular brand of self-pity Ikenna had so often found himself dwelling in throughout his life. He had learned to deal with his curse as best he could, finding ways to work with his inner beast. It was best when they worked towards shared goals, as they did now, thundering up the hills and rocks toward the flora-rich terrain at the center of the range. But he had never been able to shake the weight of his burden from his shoulders. He had always felt its presence bearing down on him. The temptation to just let Shinaki lift it with her power had been overwhelming these past few days. He had been able to resist it, his will for temptation long tested under entirely different strains. But she had still been able to help him. He didn't think she had meant to, no more than she might with anyone at any rate, but she had truly made him feel accepted as they talked. There was no judgment in her gaze, no cruelty in her jabbing remarks, even as she openly mocked how seriously he described his people's nature. After a while, her refusal to accept the gravity of what he was, something that had vexed him at first, became something he was grateful for. In the beginning, he had feared, as he had all his life, that any human would be disgusted to hear what he was. He had thought they would all flee in terror, and perhaps that was true. Perhaps he had just gotten lucky with Shinaki. She may have just been an exception to the rule. Still, even if she was to be the only one he ever met that refused to judge him for his nature, he was glad. He hadn't dared to hope for even that much before. It took him half an hour to reach the summit of his den's hill. He could hear his hyena panting as it tasted the open air, guiding them to the pungent aroma of the veritable herb garden of the valley below. It wasn't a real garden. Ikenna had only ever heard of those. Seeing the farm fields didn't count. But nature had given its best attempt, especially for the region surrounding Bajok. The valley was a rivet in the hillside as it met the edge of the higher mountain. The stream running down from the mountains to the northeast pooled into a small lake at the valley's basin, moistening the soil. That, paired with the shade the same mountains offered during the high hours of the sun, meant a ground rich with nutrients. The stretches of shrubbery, brushes, and trees scattered about made up a golden oasis compared to the dry grass of the hills and plains below. Ikenna was looking for one herb in particular, but drew many others he saw of use along the way. Dawa root for pain relief and healing, ashwagandha for sleep soothing. He even found some bongo pepper that could be ground down for some spice flavoring he knew they would be needing before long. The iwasani proved challenging to find. It was a rare herb, in part from its unwillingness to grow in the majority of the Bajoki climate, and in other part due to its value. But he knew that it could be found here. He had made use of the extract from the valley many times before. The sun had reached its zenith when he finally stumbled upon the plant. His muscles ached from his hastened search. He plucked at the stem, taking care not to disturb the precious and delicate roots. The hair on his back stood on end suddenly, the same way it had with Shinaki's magic, and he sensed something before he heard it. If he hadn't, he'd probably be dead. "Ikenna!" He heard the shout as he flew to the side, crashing into the dirt and rolling to a prowling crouch, immediately ready to spring up and shift. Where he had stood not 2 seconds before, there was now a large spear jutting out of the ground. "Thanks, Niue." Ikenna shot a searching glance around the valley's sides, looking for the source of that horribly familiar voice. Halfway up the nearest slope, he found him. Bulky form held low to the ground, hidden amidst a stretch of bushes, eyes like blackened pits, stood his eldest brother, Bako. For a moment, they both crouched still and low, and the silence that fell between them was as a knife to the throat. Ikenna's throat. This was perhaps the worst person that could have found him short of his father Uzoma himself. Bako was bigger, faster, better than Ikenna in all the ways that mattered here. In all his years, Ikena had never come close to beating him in a fight. No matter how hard Ikena fought, Bako left him beaten and bloody in the dirt every time. Every time. Ikena had spent long hours in his den, wondering how his brothers could be as they were, how none could wish for better from themselves. Bako was always the first face of that crowd in his mind, the one they all seemed so eager to emulate. On his better days, Ikena had dreamt of beating Bako to assert himself in the clan and lead them down a better path. On his bad days, he just dreamt of beating him. Today, Ikena would settle for surviving. Bako bellowed again from across the way. "What have you done, Ikena?" "Lay down, he doesn't know you have a..." "What are you talking about, Bako? What's wrong with you?" Ikena tried to put as much surprise and affront into his voice as he could muster, but even to his own ears it sounded more a frightened yelp than an indignant shout. Bako had always had that effect on him. "I know you took her, you stupid pup! Where is she?" Or maybe he does know. Bako's question had come in a snarl, his sharp teeth bared. Ikena could see him twisting at his hips in the crouch, his neck twitching with the telltale signs of an imminent shift. Ikena hesitated a moment too long, and Bako hammered the ground with a fist. "Why is your den locked to me, Ikena?" His eyes were slits now, their black a cool, hard slate. His voice dripped like sap from a palm as his tone changed with his tongue. Ikena felt a spike of fear, and not for himself. To his surprise, he felt a flare of paired anger from Nyewe. When did that happen? He shook himself. Time for that later if he made it out alive. "You tried to get into my den? Don't play games with me, you little shit!" He pawed at the ground, scratching the dirt as his hind legs lowered. It would happen soon. "It's my den. I can lock it whenever I want." Taking a single step back and feeling his inner beast coil itself within, Ikena prepared for the worst. "I don't have your damned princess, Bako. Who said anything about my princess?" "Shit." Bako lunged forward, the last of his change finishing mid-leap. Ikena threw himself back, shifting in the same instant. He was prepared for the charge, but not its speed. It had been a long time since he had faced Bako like this, and the older Kishi had only gotten faster. Ikena felt a surge of panic as he kicked up at his brother, driving hard under his maw and shunting him with his own steely shoulder. The jump bought him a second, but his fear had him flailing, and he failed to take advantage of it. He felt his brother's angry bite snapping at his shoulder and bent low and away before it could sink deep into his flesh. Red flashed in the sunlight, a shallow line of blood torn from him as Kishi teeth met hide. Ikena leapt away as Bako drew back from his bite, a snarled smile curling his hyena's lips as it spat fur and flesh from his mouth. "You're weak, brother," his human side said in that demonic tone all Kishi had in full form. "You always have been weak." It was true. Ikena knew in his bones that he had no chance against his elder brother. Not like this. He had to run. But he heard a deep, low growl rising up from his belly to his throat, anger pouring through him like a burst dam. Fresh panic rose with the heat, his mind reeling as he felt his inner beast fighting for a hold. No, please, you can't beat him. We can't beat him. Ikena screamed into his mind desperately. In his mind's eye, he felt old memories drift before him, memories of being run down by the pack, kicked to the dirt, and taunted. He remembered how that had felt, for both of them. There was no chance of fleeing either, he knew that. But it held better hope than fighting. Kishi fought as beasts, and Bako was the most bestial of them all. As blood and thunder beat in his ears, Ikena felt more images drift before his eyes. He had felt this before. When his hyena was at its strongest, it could drag sorrow and fear and hate into his mind, forcing his hard-fought control back under the weight of memory. But this was different. Nyewe wasn't flashing the usual fears through him, wasn't lashing against him in rage. This was more like desperate pawing. It was the last image that did it. Shinaki, with shallow breaths and a pained voice, leaning weakly against the den wall. Nyewe. Hatred of their family had always been the one thing to unite them, but Ikena's own anger lacked the blood and bile of his hyenas. He was never able to stand as one with him in his rage. It had always left them imbalanced, always fighting each other for control. Man or beast held the reins whenever they fought, never both. That was their problem. But today they stood as one. Selves had become self, and Ikenna felt his maw snapping at the air in answer to the thought. "You're right, Nyewe," he thought sharply, resolve hardening. "This time it's different. This time we aren't just fighting for ourselves." He felt the flashing images still, his vision filled once again with the snarling form of Bako watching from across the way. A rumbling growl of eager anticipation barked from within. Together then. He leapt into battle, maw wide for the kill.
Shinaki. Shinaki lay with her back to the pillar of the center of Ikenna's den. Her head leaned against the rock. She couldn't quite remember how she had gotten there. It seemed such a distance from the wall to the middle of the room, now that she thought about it. She had a much better view of the moonstones, though. What had Ikenna called them before? Twins lights. That was it. She liked that name. Ikenna was good with his words, especially for someone that had grown up in a place like this. Shinaki's eyes flickered from one light to the next, looking to see which glowed brightest. She wasn't sure why it mattered, and when she caught herself trying to figure it out, the question just didn't seem to matter at all that much anymore. They were very pretty lights, she decided. Somewhere at the back of her mind, she heard Naya scoffing, and the thought drew Shinaki back into herself. She shook her head with a start and lifted her good hand to rub at her eyes. Gods, she was losing it. How long had Ikenna been gone? She felt so drained, and her injured arm danced between a pulsing, bruising ache and sheer numbness. She had to keep holding off the corruption. She needed to focus, but she was just so tired. Sweat from the effort of it all had already soaked through the wrappings Ikenna had given her, and her hair had started to mat. She couldn't remember the last time she had felt so wretchedly filthy. The basin she had used to wash with earlier not nearly enough to truly pull the grime from her pores. Oh, how she yearned for the river streams of the palace baths. She could lower herself into the warm waters and have Aya's current simply wash the dirt away. Shinaki sighed deeply. She wouldn't have to worry about her arm either. The palace physicians and healers would see it healed with ease. She stilled then, and her breath hitched as she caught the flow of her thoughts. All my life I've wanted free of the palace, to venture out into the world and see it for myself. Now one broken arm and a bit of muck has me scurrying back within its walls. No. She forced her hands to her face, both of them, and slapped her cheeks, hard. The shock to both face and arm jolted her back to her senses, and she let out a muffled shriek of frustration and pain as she shook her head side to side. There, back awake, for now. She grasped her again numbed arm with her good one and channeled another thread of healing energy within. She could muster little more than a trickle right now, but it was better than nothing. All she could do was hope that Ikenna would be back soon, and that whatever herbs he hoped to collect could, at the very least, take some of the edge off of her work. Shinaki was just beginning to drift again. She didn't know how long later and was considering having another wash with the basin just to wake herself back up, but froze when she heard a pained hissing coming from the tunnel at her back. Instinct had her spinning around before her mind could even register her fear, and she leaned heavily against the pillar. She held her breath against her exhaustion and pain, eyes straining at the unlit dark of the tunnel. The hissing came in short, soft heaves, like the panting of some wounded animal, but it sounded nothing like any creature she had ever heard before. A few long seconds passed, and she began to see the first signs of movement emerging from the darkness. It was crawling, Its long back arched and seemed to be dragging itself against the side of the tunnel. The grating of the wall sounded like stone on flint, and Shinaki's ears were filled with the heavy hammering of her heart as she held her breath. Suddenly, the creature grew still and silent, and she pulled herself behind the pillar, her head resting against the cool rock and praying to all the gods whatever it was hadn't seen her. A moment passed, then 2. She heard a strangled cry from the tunnel, followed by a sickening crack, like bone being torn from a socket. Shinaki. Shinaki's hammering heart jolted and seemed to skip 3 beats at the voice. Ikena? She gasped and leaned around the pillar, good hand firmly holding her to its surface and definitely not shaking like a leaf in high wind. She saw, just now entering the glow of the twins' lights, the slight frame of Ikena, down on one knee and struggling to stand. He held a clutch of assorted leaves and shrubs to his side by one arm, the other pressed tightly against his chest. His body was a canvas of cuts and bruises. From the blood pooling at his feet, she could tell the worst of his wounds lay hidden from her, held back only by the will of his fading strength. Ikena! Shinaki pushed herself away from the pillar and stumbled over to him, her own tired frame barely able to carry her the way. Her world turned, and she slumped down heavily beside her friend. Somewhere in the back of her head, her mind wondered at that. Was friend the right word? But even as the question passed through her, her thoughts refocused on the injured man. Her weakened arms pried at his own, still much stronger even in this state. Blood rushed from beneath his fingers and left sticky lines trailing down his stomach and onto the cave floor. The 2 struggled together for a brief moment. Shinaki trying to work Ikena's hand away from his wound while Ikena stubbornly insisting he was fine. Shinaki found herself wearily beating her good fist against his arm, knocking it painfully down and away to get underneath. Ikena groaned, his arm raising back to his chest but falling limp halfway there. She placed her good hand against the wound and in sheer desperate exhaustion shouted for it to close. Even so tired and worn, her shout came as a command, and to an onlooker it would seem as if the flesh at her fingers had heard and obeyed. Somewhere from within, she found the strength for one last channeled burst of energy before she collapsed back to the ground, aching all over. A few minutes passed while she and Ikena simply lay there, tired and hurting. Shinaki imagined they must make for a pitiful sight, bloodied and filthy, groaning in the dirt of the den. She chuckled slightly, her sickness turning it into more of a gurgled giggle in her throat. She sensed Ikena turn his head to her at his side. She smiled tiredly. You know, it's not polite to one-up a princess, Ikena. I'm supposed to be the patient here. Sorry, princess, Ikena rasped. I'll be sure to get only half as beaten up next time. Shinaki pushed up onto her elbows, leaning her head forward and looking over at her companion. Her smile went wan. I'd prefer you not get beaten at all. Thank you. I'm greedy like that. Don't want anyone else stealing my sunlight. Right. Ikena hacked up a cough and clamped a bloodied hand on his barely scabbed over chest wound. It was a poor attempt at banter, Shinaki thought, but they were hardly at their best right now. They would take what they can get. Her eyes roamed over his body, and her tired mind made mental notes of all the smaller wounds she found there. Light grazes, shallow scratch marks, deep bruises, all the hurts he had suffered for her. She felt her guard truly lower for the first time, something in her telling her that now, more than before, she could trust Ikena. She knelt close and ran her hand over his shoulder, tracing the line of one of the deeper gashes. She could feel the tension in his muscles, and they quivered at her touch. The strain, the movement joining with the pain in his chest. She could tell by his unfocused eyes. Lines of sweat were running down to his waist, curving with the unsteady rise and fall of his breath. A faint sheen of blue-white hue glinted off his brow as the twins' lights shone down on him from above. Even in this state, she saw that he was beautiful. despite what she had said before. He abruptly stiffened, his breath catching and his eyes flickering up to refocus on her. She wasn't quite sure when she had leaned over him or when her hand had moved to his chest. But it hardly mattered, not when she was so close she could... "Shinaki!" The shout startled her, and she flinched back with a push of Ikena's chest. He heaved out a pained breath and she backed away, and he clutched at his wound with a groan. Shinaki looked away, feeling halfway between a startled antelope and a chastised child as she smoothed over the sweat-soaked wrappings at her waist. She cleared her throat, eyes darting for a distraction before Ikena could make anything of her blunder. Her gaze fell upon the herbs at his side. The leaves were twisted and the branches bent from whatever Ikena had been through to get them to her. He spoke as she reached to pick the plants from the floor. "Sorry, princess. You were..." He kept his head low as he pointedly examined his wound. "You were glazing over a bit there." Right." Shinaki crawled to where she had left one of their food bowls nearby, bringing it back to Ikena's side. She sat beside him, placing the bowl in her lap before pulling the largest of the herb branches to her. She ran her hand through its leaves and smelled the scent of it come away with her touch. "Good. The picking's fresh and the plant was healthy." She cleared her throat again softly and looked back up at Ikena, now half sitting himself with his elbows back behind him. She took a quick, steadying breath. "What happened?" she finally asked, as she picked the leaves of the ponya. "Bako happened." His tone was bitter, as though the name alone dirtied his tongue. "Your brother? The first son?" Ikena had made mention of him before. He had been chief among Ikena's tormentors when they were children and had destroyed Ikena's beautiful wall. Shinaki hated him for that. He was also the one to whom she had been betrothed, and the main reason she had, in Ikena's eyes, needed kidnapping in the first place. Ikena looked away. "If you could call him that." Silence settled again, a familiar companion to them by now. But Shinaki knew her exhaustion would swiftly return to her if she let it sit, and she still had work to do before then. Besides, she had much yet to say. "Thank you, Ikena. You've brought exactly what we need. It's called ponya back home, by the way." She smiled. She liked sharing her language with him. He was an attentive student, and his skill had greatly improved since their first day in the den. "Ponya," Ikena repeated back to her, only slightly off with his pronunciation. He sighed wearily. "Wait, we?" He looked at her with concern. Shinaki finished her plucking of the ponya's first leaf and moved to grasp the second as she explained. "We don't want your injuries getting infected as well. There should be enough for..." "No, I'm fine." He pushed up from the ground, wincing at the pain but stubbornly refusing to fall back down. As if to hammer in the point, he twisted at the hip, straining his scab, and stared pointedly at her. "Save it for yourself, Shinaki. I'm Kishi. We heal fine by ourselves." Shinaki scowled, her hands falling still over the bowl. "Less of that. Some of your wounds seem to be closing well enough, but I can still see plenty that aren't. You're exhausted." "I'm fine." Shinaki made a noise somewhere between disgust and dismissal before pulling the last of the second branch's leaves and sweeping them into the bowl in her lap. "I don't suppose you have a mortar and pestle back there, do you?" She nodded to the tunnel that held Ikena's supplies. "No, I just used a rock." "Fetch it for me." Ikena paused. He had been lowering back down to the floor and now sat frozen halfway, his face settling, all stony and stoic, even as his eyes spat sparks at the pain. She could see him about to stand up, could see it in the way the crease of his brow tensed and his eyes turned stormy, so she leaned over her bowl and shoved him hard. "Honestly," she spat, "you're stubborn as a bull and only half as smart as one. Lie down, you idiot." She ignored his gasp of pain and turned to hunt for her discarded spoon. Its flat would do for now. A while later, Shinaki sat bowl in hand, assorted herbs mulched into a relatively fine paste. She had added fresh water to moisten the remnant leaves for pasting, recalling her past healing lessons. In an ideal world, she would have added carcade or gongales, but nothing about this situation was ideal. She scooted closer to her patient and leaned over with a scoop of the paste held in her fingers. "This is going to sting a little," she warned, reaching her hand toward Ikena's still weeping chest wound. Ikena held up his arm in complaint. "You first. We might not have enough." Shanaki gave him a look. "I am the healer here, Ikena. We have plenty. Besides, the salve numbs after a while, and I don't want to be straining just to hold my arm up when I get to you afterwards. Just sit still." She worked through his begrudging silence, lathering healthy portions of the cleansing paste over the worst of his injuries. She paid special attention to the chest wound that would have been healed by her strength alone. She was too weak. Ikena had fought a nightmare from his past for her, and he shouldn't have even been out there in the first place. If she had been stronger, better, he wouldn't have had to take that risk. She looked down at the deep cut across his chest, paste freshly coating the angry colors through and around the wound. Glancing up at his face, she could see Ikena was far away in his thoughts, chewing something over in his mind. Feeling her own starting to drift again, she asked the obvious question. "So, how did you beat him?" Ikena didn't say anything at first, but eventually his eyes flicked back to her own and he sighed. "I didn't. Not really." Confused, Shanaki asked, "You escaped, didn't you?" "Barely." Ikena began to scratch idly at the cave floor with his fingers, his attention still focused away from her. Shanaki leaned farther into his line of sight, brows rising in question. "Will he follow?" The injured young man shrugged one shoulder, brushing aside some of his loose scratchings with the back of his hand. "Probably. He can't get in, though. Not even Uzoma can break into our dens." "Really? You told me he was your people's leader. Why would he make it so that any of you could shut him out?" Ikena snorted in disgust. "Because it made him look benevolent at no real cost to him. Worst case scenario, one of us hides away in our hole for a few weeks until we start to starve and have to come back again." Shanaki sat back, hands resting on the ankles of her crossed legs. "And so what's keeping us safe from that?" Ikena paused in his scratching and finally looked up into her eyes. "He has such an intense stare," Shanaki mused, "like an owl's in starlight." Ikena paused a moment and his gaze lowered back to his work, his scratching more vigorous. "Long term? Nothing. He can't spare anyone to sit outside for long enough now, though. He needs all of the Kishi to take on the village." "So what do we do?" "For now, we wait. We wait for our injuries to heal and for Uzoma to make his move against Bajok. When they do, we'll make a run for it and escape before the dust settles." He paused to brush away loose dirt again and looked back up at her once more. "I'll keep you safe, Princess. I'll get you back home. I promise." Looking into those eyes, their fixed gaze staring intently into her very soul, she believed him. Somewhere at the back of her mind, she rebelled against the notion, shouting a refusal to retreat, to abandon her people to their fate at the hands of the Kishi demons. But right now, as she looked into Ikena's eyes, the idea of running away with him just didn't seem so bad. "You should treat your arm now, Princess. You need to take care of it so you can rest." Shanaki looked down at her still blackened arm. The deep bruise along its length had grown harder the past 2 days, to the point she could barely feel her own touch upon it. Absently, she leaned down to pick up the paste bowl and bring it to her lap once more. She began to lather the remaining paste onto her arm, running the sticky green of it from the base of the blackened skin at her forearm all and around to just below her shoulder. She sighed deeply in relief as she felt the numbness of the ponya seep into her skin. Because of the lack of feeling in the blackened flesh itself, she hadn't realized just how much tension had been built between it and the rest of her arm's muscle. The pace drew the tension out of her and forced her arm limp by her side. Ikenna was watching her closely, and with the unrealized pain of her injury set aside, a spark of mischief lit in Shinaki's mind. She knew that look. She had seen it in countless men before. Even some of the women at her palace home had unknowingly revealed to her those eyes over the years. Slowly, casually, Shinaki leaned back into another contented sigh, her healthy arm behind her to hold her up from the floor as she reclined her body gracefully into an inviting arc. Not quite as gracefully as she might have had she the use of both arms, but Ikenna was young. He wouldn't know the difference. Shinaki leaned her head back in an open-mouthed sigh, raising the knee of one leg slowly and rolling her shoulders. Peeking from beneath her lowered lids at Ikenna, she saw him leaning forward, eyes even wider and his mouth half open, a question on his lips. She delighted in this. She always had. The tangible power she could wield in all its forms without ever having to give a single royal command. Ikenna sat back suddenly, shaking his head like a wet dog and slamming a hand down on the den floor with a powerful thud. "Don't do that!" he gasped out in urgent warning. Shinaki's first instinct was to play coy and ask whatever he meant. But before she could get the words out, her teasing mood left her, not with the subtle ebb of a tide, as most moods, but with the crash of a wave overhead, leaving her spluttering, shocked, and cold. What on earth was she doing? Ikenna was pulling away, shifting himself along the floor toward the nearest den wall with a tension clouding his every movement. It seemed his mood had turned dark as fast as her own.
Ikenna. What the hell was that? Ikenna pulled away from Shinaki, crawling to the den wall behind him before she could get her bearings back. He tried to maintain a cool composure, but inside he was reeling, desperately trying to get a hold on Nyewe's fervor. This had never happened before. When she had first glazed over, he had thought it was just the passive effect of his kind. The jolt of his shout had seemed to shake her free well enough. But her turn after that was more than just plain attraction. She had been enamored. He'd never lost control like that. His other self had never been able to use his powers before. The power of the empath was the business of the man, not the hyena. Was it something to do with the fight? Was that it? Had their newfound oneness brought more of themselves together than he had realized? Whatever the reason, he had to get a grip. He had just done to Shinaki what he swore he would never do to anyone, least of all someone he admired and respected. It was a betrayal of their newfound friendship. It was wrong. Ikenna held his hand to his forehead and groaned in dismay. He peeked through his fingers, glancing back at the princess, still sat where he left her, and saw a look of fading confusion on her face. With the effect of his power wearing off, he could see her starting to put the pieces together in her mind, and he knew what her next move would be. Shinaki's eyes narrowed, and his connection to Nyewe was abruptly severed. The hyena was ripped from his consciousness and scraped to the back of his mind in one stroke, like a rake pulled over freshly broken soil. "What the hells was that?" Shinaki demanded, echoing her earlier thought. I'm sorry, princess," he stammered, instinctively using her title. "I lost control. You lost control?" Shinaki looked torn between disgust and outrage, and it wasn't clear to Ikenna whether it was aimed at him or herself. It was probably both. She looked like she wanted to say more, her mouth opening part way around an angry question or insult, but she stopped before voicing it. Ikenna spoke first, breaking the charged silence. "I'm sorry. Nyewe broke free for a moment. We had a bit of a revelation up on the hills. I think it's made us..." Shinaki's look could have melted stone. She was clearly as eager for his excuses as he was another bout with Bako. Ikenna trailed off, eyes downcast. I'm sorry. The princess let the silence sit for a long while after that, half turned from him and with a scowl cast firmly on her face. From the set of her shoulders and the wrap of her hands around her arms, he could tell she wanted to pull yet further away, to turn her back on him completely. But he also knew her pride and newfound distrust wouldn't let her do so. Inyewe? She finally asked. Ikenna nodded. My hyena's name. And is that the power you spoke of, then? She was trying to sound matter-of-fact, but she fell far short. The power to ensnare me? To lure me in? She asked the last like she was embarrassed, perhaps at having fallen for his power despite having been warned about it before. That'd be just like her. He hesitated before answering. Sort of. The ensnaring tends to come from words and touch. The Kishi influence just lowers your inhibitions a bit. Yes, well, we'll see how well Inyewe does with that from now on. She kicked a stone out from beneath her foot, and Ikenna almost physically felt the oppressive weight of her dampening pushing down on his shoulders. He slumped lower against the den wall, and a strange sense of numbness seeped into his shoulders. It felt, all of a sudden, like he'd been hauling sacks of stone up a hillside, his back aching under an inexistent strain. He couldn't see her now, his head bent low under the force of her suppression, his energy leached out from him to such an extent that he could no longer lift his own weight. Princess. And just like that, it was gone. His strength returned and his posture snapped upright once more. His back clicked at the sudden motion, and his head reeled as he readjusted to his returned senses. He looked up, wondering why the princess had withdrawn her power. As if in slow motion, he could see the seated form of the princess tipping, her head lulled to one side as she fell away from him. Without even realizing he'd moved, he was catching her in her fall, hand held behind her head to ease her gently to the den floor. A short while later, Ikenna sat back against the far wall of the cave once more. He had left Shinaki asleep, resting opposite from him with a basin-watered cloth laying on her forehead. He was confident she was fine. He had checked her arm for any spread of the infection, and it seemed to be receding as well as she had claimed it would. She had just reached the limits of her exhaustion, the exertion of her power taking the last of her dwindling reserves. Not even the princess's stubborn pride could fight back that kind of drain. She would be out of it for a long while. Ikenna felt the pawing of a snout against the back of his head, and his right foot scraped insistently at the ground without him ever moving it. He had felt his second self return to him the moment Shinaki's power had been withdrawn, the familiar presence no longer feeling the oppressive burden it had once been. He had expected his partner to come at him with anger, to try to break loose of him again. He expected him to want revenge against Shinaki for forcing him back beneath Ikenna's psyche. But, for whatever reason, that didn't seem to be the case here. For the moment, at least, Ikenna could feel only concern in his hyena's restlessness. Taking a deep breath, Ikenna closed his eyes and went to him. His eyes reopened to the deep black of the demon's, if that was even still the right word, sight. He felt the familiar twisting of his limbs, the bending of his bones creaking in a soft groan as he lowered to all fours. The transformation used to be one of pain, but it came to them much easier now. They still had a ways to go, but they had taken many strides very quickly. Ikenna felt the urge to go to Shinaki, his front paws taking the first pattering steps before he halted them in their tracks. No, he thought determinedly. He felt an answering curiosity drifting through his mind, and his head tilted to the side in a question. We don't get to be near her right now. You... He shook his head at that. It wasn't fair. We broke trust. Inyewe stopped his forward tugging. His tilted head straightened, lowering down with a snort of disgruntled, begrudging acceptance. Ikenna released their legs, and the hyena spun them on the spot before lowering to the floor and resting their head on their front paws. He wasn't sure what to make of this new, docile Nyewe. They had spent almost their entire lives at odds with one another, battling for freedom from each other's constraints, never seeing eye to eye. The change in that had come so suddenly it felt false, too good to believe. Was standing united against Bako, sharing in their fears and fighting him despite them, really all it took to bring them together as one? Ikena, no. Nyewe. Gods, it was getting harder to even tell their own thoughts apart. Snorted in derision. All right, wise ass. What is it then? We've never been this in line before. Nyewe turned their eyes back to Shinaki again, and Ikena felt the hyena forcing memories before them once more. Visions of defiant eyes atop the den steps, the feeling of stubborn hands forcing them to lay back and take their medicine, the thrill of being thrown back by her power. Wait, what? Nyewe cackled quietly before scratching an itch behind their ear.
Shinaki. Shinaki was furious with herself. She couldn't believe how thrice damned stupid she had been. Judging by the brightness of the twins' lights above, far brighter than the faded state they had been before she slept, it had been at least a full day's cycle. For all she knew, it had been 2. Her limbs were certainly numb enough. She couldn't believe she had knocked herself out with her own power like that. She was such an idiot. She knew she was already on her last legs, and still she had cast her field out without a second thought. And why? Because I was angry. The last thought came in a mocking snarl, half her own voice and half Naya's. She deserved it. Careless anger like that was as pathetic as a childish tantrum. She knew full well what Ikena was capable of. He outright told her, and still she fell into his hands. Hells, she had practically leaped into them. She shot a quick look across the way. Ikena was sat against the opposite side of the cave, slouched over crossed legs with his face propped up in one hand, the picture of misery. She thought she could see him scratching a finger in the dirt between his legs, but she looked away before he could catch her looking. She wasn't even all that angry at him. Not really. The same gut feeling that had told her she could trust him in the first place still hadn't given out on her. She could tell he had been earnest before, that he hadn't meant to affect her. And she could see from his pitiful state here that he was sorry for it, almost sickeningly so, like she had played no part at all. Which, of course, was what really had her angry, that she had been caught by his power in the first place. How had he so easily enamored her? Her? She was better than this, damn it. Even without the defense of her power, she should have been able to resist. She wasn't some common village whelp. She was second heir to the throne of Yaset. Shinaki forced herself to pause her trail of thought there and took a deep breath. Her usual comfortable clarity did not come quickly, but it came. She had a lifetime of practice, after all. Dwelling in her thoughts would charge nothing. She had, in a moment of weakness, let her guard down. She just had to accept that. Accept it and move on. Taking control back as she did. A short while later, thoughts collected and emotions settled. Shinaki stood before Ikena with her hands on her hips. He didn't look up as she approached, his shoulders tight as though clenched for a tirade. From the hang of his head, he probably felt he deserved it too. Who knows? Maybe he did, Shinaki thought. Either way... She clicked her tongue, channeling her best Naya impression. Ikena looked up slowly, waiting for the hammer blow. Quit moping. It's dull and it's a waste of our time. Now, what's for breakfast? Ikena looked for all the world like he had just seen her sprout a second head. And now I'm eating dried rat. Shanaki remarked dryly an hour later. You really know how to treat a girl, you know that, Ikena? Ikena, still clearly unsure of himself in the face of such an unangry Shanaki, shrugged a shoulder and took a bite of his own rodent. Chewing the hard meat down, he spoke up properly for the first time since Shanaki had woken. You wanted to see the world, princess? Shanaki swallowed her latest mouthful, the taste not so bad in the grand scheme of things, and her hunger more than enough to ignore if it was. She watched Ikena appraisingly. True, she said, though I did have a somewhat different idea for how I planned to actually see it. And for what I ate along the way. She watched for signs of Ikena's usual humor dancing across his face. The slight upward tilt of a smirk, the crease of laughter around his eyes, anything that would show her that they had made progress since waking. She saw none. Sighing and setting aside her skewer, she rested her hands on her crossed knees and gave Ikena a stern look. Ikena. He quickly looked up from his meal at her tone. Did I not tell you to stop moping? You make for a poor conversationalist when you're in a sulk. She saw a spark of irritation at her words and dove ahead eagerly, fanning it to a flame. Honestly, I've known bratty children less mopey than this. Ikena finally started at that. How can you be so damn calm about this? With the cramped walls of the cave, his questions sounded as a shout. Shanaki rolled her eyes. Why wouldn't I be, Ikena? It's not like getting mad is going to change anything here. You didn't seem to think that before. Well, what did you expect? Shanaki half laughed. You had just made me... I don't want to hear it. She interjected before he could interrupt with another banal apology. You had just made me openly flaunt myself like some common street performer. I wasn't exactly going to be praising you to the heavens, was I? But that was then. I've slept on it now, and it's really not that big a deal from the you side of things. I'm mostly just angry at myself for falling for it in the first place, and I'd rather not have your incessant moping reminding me of the fact. Ikena looked dumbfounded. He seemed to be struggling to accept that anyone could be so blasé about his kind's influence. It was like any reaction but hatred was alien to him. She thought she understood a little of what he felt on the matter himself then, and any residual anger she had been holding on to slipped away from her in an instant. Oh, Ikena. He looked down at his hands, clenched tightly into fists as he sat. How can you not hate me? Even after this. His voice was barely above a whisper. You know what I am. I thought that maybe because you hadn't seen, but now you have. You've seen what we can do, and you still don't care. You're crazy. Shanaki leaned forward slightly. Her instincts were telling her to reach out for Ikena's hand, but she ignored them. This wasn't the sort of thing she was good at. Certainly wasn't the sort of thing she enjoyed. Comforting people was meant for when people needed comforting, and it was a rare moment that Shanaki felt anyone should need comforting. That was for when the real crisis and tragedies of life laid one low, not some stupid mistake like this. Honestly, she flapped her head back dramatically and ran a hand through her still disheveled, she now noticed, hair. All you did was get me a little worked up. It's not like you did anything with it, or that you could to begin with. She hadn't intended to add that last part, but an idea had struck her. One that would soothe her own pride as much as she hoped it would assuage his guilt. Ikena looked alarmed at her words. You still don't get it. His eyes were pleading as he asked the question. Even after feeling it, you still don't see how dangerous I am? Shanaki tilted her head to the side and worked a tangle loose from her hair with a finger. Not really. I was dead on my feet before, for one thing. And even in that state, I wouldn't have let things get out of hand if you had tried anything. Shanaki wasn't so sure on that last point. But if the maybe lie helped her here, it didn't matter either way. Besides, belief could be a powerful tool, even unfounded. "You can't be serious," Ikena muttered. "I am, actually," Shinaki smiled. "Look, I'll prove it." Before Ikena could so much as squint in question, she dropped her dampening shroud. She knew from the sudden, immediate really, widening of his eyes that he felt it, her defenses dropping from her shoulders for the first time since she had woken up. She jolted a bit in surprise as he leaped to his feet and ran, faster than anything she had seen in her life, to the opposite end of the den room. He stood up against the wall behind him, eyes wide and arms spread to the sides, his breath coming in deep, gulping lungfuls. He looked like a petrified gazelle. Once the slight shock faded, Shinaki couldn't help it. She laughed, harder than she had in a long time. "Oh, wow, gods above. Yeah, you're right, Ikena. I'm definitely supposed to be scared of you. What a truly dangerous threat you are." She couldn't stop laughing. He was such a pup. When she finally had herself back under control, a stitch half formed at her side. She waved Ikena over. "Come on, get over here, you big idiot." "No." His tone surprised her, and she thought, belatedly, that she might have offended him with her laughter. If I have, she thought, then he really needs to pick a road and stick to it. "Don't be ridiculous. Come here." "No," he insisted again. "Not until you're using your power." "And what if I don't want to?" she asked, eyebrow raised over a slanted grin. "Then I will stay here." He seemed adamant on this, and Shinaki's smirk gave way to a frown. He was standing resolutely, calmed from his initial shock, no longer clinging to the wall at his back. His face was half cast in shadow and half lit by the blue light of the twins. Her humor now dampened, she could see the genuine fear hiding behind his eyes, even as they dazzled in the crystal glow. It was the eyes, she realized suddenly. "13. Shinaki." Failure, Shinaki had reminded herself when she had woken, had one constant. As long as one let themselves, they could always learn from it. The benefit of having tasted Ikena's power was that she now knew it from her own mind. She could recognize its touch, the ebb and flow of its influence. It was slight, but for her, that was enough. The moment her gaze had fallen on his eyes, those deep wells of fear and sadness, she had understood. That was the real secret of the Kishi power. If they could catch your eye, they had you. The tragedy of it was that Ikena's were so lonely. He could capture the attention of almost anyone he wanted, and he never would. Shinaki could feel the power of the Kishi seeping into her, could feel herself being drawn to those lonely eyes, and flushed a wave of her suppression over herself. This was what she wanted to try, to prove to herself that, now that she was rested and aware, she was the one in control once more. She felt a shiver pass through her, felt the pull toward Ikena fade from her shoulders, and smiled to herself. "Then I will stay here," he had said. "Fine then, I shall go to you." Slowly, Shinaki rose to her feet. She held Ikena's gaze, moving step by step out into the middle of the den. She kept her distance from him, waiting until she had reached the center of the room. She ran a hand along the pillared strut before turning and walking fully his way. She could see him trying to decide whether to say something or just move around the cave's edge, farther away from her. But in his hesitation, she only drew closer and closer, hands held clasped behind her now and innocently humming a soft tune under her breath. Shinaki watched Ikena's eyes, delighting in the awkward nerves now flashing behind them amidst the dancing light of the twins' glow. She felt the soft pull of his power at the edges of her senses once more and flushed a fresh wave of her own energy through her to brush the influence off. She reveled in this, tipping the balance of power in her favor. It's what she was good at, what she'd done all her life. She had just taken a little longer to figure out how with Ikenna. That was all. She was finally standing in front of him, noting for the first time that she barely came up to his chin, when often it was she who dwarfed men. Ikenna tried to turn away from her as she looked up into his face, but she followed him, keeping him in her sight. She gave him her most charming smile and poked him hard in the ribs. "Ow! What was that for?" he asked, rubbing his side indignantly. Shinaki rolled her eyes, then turned and stepped away. "For being an idiot." Ikenna shook his head. "You're crazy. You're repeating yourself." She kept walking away, back to where they had sat before. "And no, I'm very clever." That earned her a genuine snort of bemusement. Mission accomplished. Ikenna crossed his arms in front of him, tilting his head slightly to one side. "And how do you figure that?" She turned a glance back over her shoulder and smirked, feeling smug. "You're not being a miserable sap anymore." After that, it didn't take long for Shinaki to get Ikenna settled back down with her to finish their meal. The upside of dried meat, she mused as they ate, was not having to worry about it getting cold. Ikenna's spirits had raised some. She could see it in the way he tore at his food. It was entirely too casual for someone still in a mope. He was still hesitant, his eyes darting up to check on her whenever he thought she wasn't looking, as though she would fall into his arms if he wasn't paying enough attention. Regardless, it was a definite improvement from before. For Shinaki's part, she was glad her idea had paid off. Maintaining her passive shroud was overly taxing, as long as she kept it wrapped around herself alone. But concentrating on maintaining it for such lengths of time as she had been was a distraction she didn't need right now, least of all because her arm was still healing from infection. She looked down at the still purpled flesh at her elbow. The mass of blotchy skin was receding, the cleansing paste she had mixed together working wonders. Now that she had rested, she was helping it along with her own power well enough. It would be a few more days before it had faded completely, but it would fade. She was looking forward to having her arm back in full working health again. The thought returned her to Ikenna, just now setting aside the last of his meal. She had been trying to think of how best to broach the subject of Bajok. How best she could try to convince him to bring her back to her people and help them fight in the coming battle he had spoken of. She knew if she could just get back and warn them, she could be of use in the fight. Getting Ikenna to believe it too, that was the problem. She knew if she could just convince him that they had a fighting chance, he'd be eager to join against his kind. They were more his enemy than her own, really. For her, they were just a threat to her and her family. For him, they were personal, literal demons. He deserved to be rid of them. Ikenna was starting to watch her more closely now. He could clearly tell she was thinking about something. Shinaki decided she would wait for him to ask, and that she would tell him what she wanted as straightforwardly as possible. That always threw people off their guard. It took a while, and for a moment he reminded her of Kasa, twitching under the watchful eye of Inake. She missed her guardsmen. Eventually he asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking I want to meet your hyena." "What?" Ikenna responded, looking dumbstruck. "You want to—" "Yes," Shinaki interrupted simply. "No." Ikenna shot back before she had even finished responding herself. He was recoiling as though it was the maddest thing he'd ever heard. "No way. Do you have any idea how dangerous that would be?" Shinaki shrugged. "I imagine less so than facing someone like Bako without experience." "The point of bringing you here is to make sure that never happens," Ikenna pointed out. "And I've already told you what I think of that plan," Shinaki pointed back. Ikena sighed in exasperation and leaned back where he sat, rubbing at his eyes frustratedly. Not this again. She pressed on. You can't expect me to just leave my people to die. It's better than going back and them all dying anyway. He was gesturing wildly now. I know what you're thinking, and I get why. Really, I do. But this isn't the same thing as resisting the influence or charms. My hyena side is dangerous. I drove it back on the steps. I wasn't already transformed on the steps. We don't know that it'll work the same. It's too risky. Shanaki crossed her arms, half turning away from him and changing tact. What do you care anyway? You only brought me here to spite your brother and ruin your father's plan. What? But you know it's not that simple anymore. You're... He stumbled over his words, seeming all of a sudden embarrassed. I know your heart now. You're my friend. I'm not going to let you throw yourself to the wolves just for the sake of pride. Know your heart. It was an expression she'd heard before, but she put that to the side for now. She had an argument to win. Pride? I want to save my people, Ikena. And you know full well you can't. You're throwing your life away for pride, and that's just the truth of it. He pulled backward, leaning on his arms and mirroring her turned head in the opposite direction. She turned back to him. Better to be prideful than pitiful. I'd sooner die side by side with my people than live having left them to the slaughter. She could see he wasn't having it, so she turned his own words against him. If you know my heart, Ikena, then you know I can't just run away from this fight. And, she continued, twisting fully back around and sliding closer to him, I know your heart too. She felt him still as she spoke the words. He tried to hide it, but she had seen. The words were powerful ones, drawn from the old ways. They were the acknowledgement of a bond, which could come in many forms, but which was always, more than anything, heartfelt. He turned toward her, and her breath caught sharply. His eyes were shining with the faintest hint of tears, so faint that she would have missed them in the light of day. But by the starscape of the clear crystals above, the watery orbs were like rippling pools. Shanaki could feel the powerful lure of his beauty as she stared into those golden eyes, but held the instinct to react with her power at bay. Ikena would feel it if she did, and this was a pure moment, one of trust. She could see his stark loneliness at war with his darkest fears, and she refused to feed either. She wouldn't do it. Besides, she was pleased that she could feel herself well within the bounds of control, even without her shroud. She was getting more familiar with him. Ikena blinked rapidly. He cleared his throat and glanced away a moment, collecting himself. When he looked back at her, she could see the resignation on his face. But he made one more attempt to dissuade her, his tone pleading. I can't show you. She leaned closer, keeping her eyes fixed on his, and squeezed his hand gently. She said nothing, trusting to the old ways to convey her belief in him. When she saw his nod and knew he had settled upon his decision, she took her hand away and moved back. Ikena pushed to his feet and turned away from her, taking a few steady steps. His hands were at his side, clenched tightly into fists, and he took a deep breath, one that seemed to roll the weight of the world from his shoulders. Raising his hands to the back of his head, he parted his hair.
Ikena. Ikena's heart was thundering in his chest as he lifted his arms behind him. The rough weave of his locks, long a curtain of dread, felt like snakes ready to wrap around his throat. He could feel Shanaki's eyes on him, could picture the focused intent on her face, the anticipation of what he was about to reveal. Was he? Could he? He honestly didn't know. It was a battle to keep his hands from shaking as they dove into the weave of his hair. His fumbling grip found purchase on the knot that kept Nyewe hidden, and cold sweat beaded on his forearms and face. He hesitated. This was a moment he thought would never come, a moment he had promised would never come. His chest rose and fell rapidly. It was getting harder to breathe. Within, his nervous breath was mirrored by the excited panting of Nyewe, ready and waiting to taste the air once more. What else would he try to taste? "Do it, Ikena." It was Shinaki, and it was an order. The utter confidence behind the command settled his nerves in an instant. Shinaki trusted him to keep control of the beast, of himself. He decided he would return that trust. If she thought this was something that needed to happen, so be it. He let Nyewe free. It was an entirely new sensation, joining with his inner beast without the leash of control wrapped around his neck. The two had been gradually bonding for days now, through Bako, through the pain of their shame and injuries, and through Shinaki. Ikena let Nyewe pull himself from the back of his head, the locks parting aside and rolling around behind them in a twirl, joining the steeled fur of the hyena's back. There was no snapping crack this time, the long form of the man simply fading to the poised mass of the beast, the brush of fur rising to the air as a whisper. Ikena's vision dimmed, and he closed his eyes as he fell beneath the hyena's form, reopening his gaze to the sharper, focused vision of Nyewe's own blackened orbs, to Shinaki. He almost drew away, almost gripped at the beast's control and clawed it back under his command. This was the moment he had feared all his life, the moment of rejection and disgust, the moment she would shun him and cast him away. "So, you are Nyewe, yes?" Her voice came softly, but firmly. And there was no fear in it. Ikena opened his eyes behind Nyewe's own. He hadn't even realized he had closed them, that he had drawn back within to hide from his fears. His heart swelled with relief, true happiness that her first reaction had not been one of terror. This was a miracle, not from the gods, damn the gods. This was a miracle from the gift that was Shinaki. She sat, kneeling, eyes fixed on Nyewe's own, her head tilted slightly in her question. He felt his other self mule, his head turning in a mirror of her own, and a gentle tugging of his legs towards her jittered through Ikena's mind. His hyena was asking if they could go to her. Actually asking. Ikena nudged one paw forward, half sharing in his hyena's excitement at moving closer, and half dreading it. His bestial form pattered forward, an eager spring in its gait and his mouth open, tongue lolling in a contented pant. To her credit, Shinaki didn't blink at their approach. He'd never understood where she had honed such steeled nerves, harder than any Kishi's hide, but he was glad of them. She raised a hand out towards their approaching maw, reaching to pet at their snout. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Nyewe. I am Shinaki." Her breath hitched as she spoke the last of her greeting, Nyewe's snout pressing into her hand in a firm nuzzle, but she never faltered. Without missing a beat, she brought her second hand, arm healing well, Ikena noted from behind the hyena's distracted eyes, to scratch behind tufted ears. Nyewe gave a sudden, keening cackle, and before Ikena could blink, his world was upside down. Shinaki laughed, bright as the crystals that dazzled above him, her arms pulling from his head and rushing to ruffle his exposed belly. This was madness. This couldn't be happening. It was too much. Every fear he had held for every day of his life was being torn away, discarded like imagined nothings. Nyewe, he, was cackling in laughter, Shinaki scratching at their underbelly as though he posed no more threat to her than a common pet. He felt like he should have been insulted, but instead he was only relieved, ecstatic in the face of such unbelievable acceptance. Shinaki kept them pinned by her assault a while before reaching back up to ruffle at their ears and sitting back down at their side. "Well, you don't seem like the big scary demon Ikena made you out to be," she said, lowering her hand to stroke a finger under the hyena's chin. You don't want to hurt me, do you, Inyewe? Ikena felt his other self raising their chin up higher, encouraging Shinaki's efforts, a rumbling purr rolling up from their throat. No, you don't. An idea seemed to hit her then, her face turning thoughtful and then outright conspiratorial. Her expressions played up for Inyewe's benefit. She leaned in close to their face, her smile wild. Why don't you show me what you can do? She kicked to her feet, letting go of the sides of their head and stepping away. Inyewe instinctively moved closer, following the retreating princess, but stopped as she held out a hand in front of her. She nodded to the side, to the center of the den. Show me how fast you can go. Go on. She swung an arm out in a beckoning motion. Ikena felt a jolt of frustration as his head swung sharply to the side, following her motion. He was caught between Inyewe's instincts, thoroughly enamored by Shinaki's leading antics, and his own sense of pride. He marveled at the princess's confidence, her natural strength commanding instinctual respect from his hyena. But the young man in him chafed at the idea of being treated like some common plains dog. It was like she didn't even see him anymore, just Inyewe. Ikena felt their legs kick forward, launching into a dash along the length of the den, and he understood. Pulling back from the hyena's senses, distancing himself from the physical sensations of the beast, he could see that Shinaki was doing it deliberately. She was acknowledging them both, man and beast, as individuals. Inyewe seemed to appreciate it. At her urging, he ran them in rings around the den room, picking up speed with every circuit. Ikena could feel the steady rush of excitement building within his second self, and of course he was excited. Ikena knew the joy of having finally been accepted for what he was. He didn't blame Inyewe for reveling in the same. That's it! Shinaki laughed again, clapping her hands. Go on! Faster! They really sped up then, and Ikena was just along for the ride. He could feel Inyewe's charged focus, the need to show off what he could do to the princess, the first person to ever truly see him. Ikena didn't think he could slow them down if he tried. On their final circuit, they leapt as they passed Shinaki, her eyes failing to track them fully in the blur of motion. They span as they touched off the wall behind her, kicking their hind legs and launching back out into the den space before scraping to a sliding halt on the far side of the room. Every muscle in their body shuddered with the rush of exertion. That was amazing! Shinaki was walking towards them, her hand running along the wall they had jumped from. Her voice had taken on a tone of awe, but to Ikena it felt exaggerated. He could tell by the look in her eyes she was still playing to Inyewe's ego. She was up to something, Ikena knew, but the hyena didn't seem to notice, practically purring with pride at the compliment. You must be strong, too, Shinaki continued, the hand running along the wall lowering as she crouched down against it. She moved her fingers lightly over the cracks of the ruined paw print. Can you break stone like this, too? Inyewe's mood darkened swiftly at that. Ikena felt a spasm of anger run through their suddenly tense form, the memory of their art wall's destruction flashing before their eyes. A soft growl worked its way deep from within their chest. Shinaki looked away from the wall, her hand held in place over the remnants of the print. Her shoulders had stiffened slightly at the growl, and she nodded a solemn agreement. I hate that they ruined your art, too. I would have liked to see it. She paused and looked thoughtful again. Ikena could feel Inyewe's frustration bubbling deep within. It didn't take much for the old anger to stir, and he wondered where Shinaki was going with this. What do you think we should do about your family, Inyewe? She asked suddenly. She turned from the wall and rose from her crouch, taking a step towards them with a pensive expression on her face. I think we should face them and kill them for threatening my people and for turning on you. I think that together we can do it. That, with your strength and my powers, we have a chance. She turned around again and paced away slightly. Ikena couldn't believe she was trying this. He willed his thoughts through to his partner, but Inyewe was ignoring him. Right now, his ears were only for Shinaki. Ikena doesn't think we're strong enough. He thinks we should run away. She paused her pacing and turned back to them. I was just wondering what you thought on the matter. Are you scared of them too? Do you think we should run away? Ikena had to stop this. He could feel the rage roiling inside at Shinaki's words. He knew exactly what Inyewe thought they should do, but he knew they couldn't do it. He reached out to take back control, forcing his focus back into the hyena's senses. Inyewe growled again, his maw in open snarl. Visions of their fight with Bako played before them, the moment they had dropped beneath the currents and kicked him over the waterfall's edge, sending a shiver of satisfaction down their back. Ikena fought his own snarl of anger. "You can't be serious! We lived through that by the barest thread of chance!" Shinaki pressed on. "You don't think we should run, do you? You know we should face them. It's just Ikena we have to convince." Ikena's anger sparked at Shinaki's words. She knew why he had refused her. It was for her own safety, damn it. He was desperately trying to take back control from his partner now, who was only getting more riled up as Ikena fought him. From the look on Shinaki's face, she could see something of their struggle herself. She looked straight into their eyes, and he knew she was addressing him again now. "See, Ikena? Deep down you want to fight them too." The sheer truth of it, spoken with such infuriating surety, had Ikena shouting curses inside his own head. Inyewe skipped their front feet in humorous glee, cackling at Ikena's frustrations, the battle of their wills reaching its apex. Ikena didn't know how it happened, and he didn't know which of them had started the run, but in an instant, he was leaping at Shinaki.
"15. Shinaki. Shinaki was ashamed to admit that she flinched. The sudden rush of the half-hyena, half-man towards her had caught her by surprise. Before she had time to even raise her arms in defense, Inyewe's speed had already carried him up her body and tipped her crashing to the floor. Panic took her as the creature's open maw descended, its too long tongue lurching from its mouth. She forced a burst of mystical suppression, weak in her stressed state, but enough to tear the power from the hyena, as it lapped happily at her cheeks. Shinaki shuddered out a breath of relief as the twisted form of the half-beast shifted atop her. As the power of the beast was driven back within, Shinaki felt the presence of Ikena's own allure pressing at her defenses. The close proximity between them was amplifying their effect and straining her suppression to breaking point. She almost let it, her body telling her in no uncertain terms exactly what she thought of having Ikena's lithe form pressing down atop her. She fought the heady mix of genuine and demon-induced passion, both struggling for a long moment in a standstill before finally coming to her senses. She pushed Ikena up and away, watching him roll to the side, the two of them gasping out their twin-held breaths. Seeing the wide-eyed expression on his face as he turned to face her, Shinaki laughed again. She'd been doing that a lot lately, she thought idly, as the adrenaline rushing through her body quickly turned the laugh into a distinctly unroyal fit of giggles. Her head lolled on her shoulders and she fell back down, gasping out of her laughter. Beside her, Ikena choked on his words, no doubt trying to restate her insanity, utter some inane apology, or both. Shinaki hadn't felt this alive in a long time. She knew she was playing with fire, but the reward was more than worth the risk. To have a creature like Inyewe alongside her, Inyewe and Ikena. He was young in heart and would need a lot of work, but Shinaki had a feeling he would prove to be just as much fun before long. Besides, she liked a challenge. She turned to him, the last of her laughter giving way to an honest smile. He was looking at her with disbelief in his eyes, those bright amber eyes. Shinaki had to admit, they were entrancing even with their power held at bay. Ikena was a handsome specimen, through and through, and the blush rushing through his cheeks had only added to his brand of innocent beauty. She chuckled again as he pulled away, breaking the eye contact. He opened his mouth to speak, but Shinaki beat him to it. "I'm crazy. I know. You said." She smiled, rolling her eyes. "Well, you are. What were you thinking riling him up like that?" "I think I had more than just him riled there," personally. She raised her eyebrow, inviting him to challenge her on that. He didn't. I know you want to hurt them for everything they've done. You have more than enough reason to. She rolled her head toward the wall, nodding at the broken art. For your stolen childhood. She turned back to him, poking a gentle finger into his palm. For your friend, Imani. She raised herself up on her elbows, leaning to one side and hanging over him, delivering the coup de grace. For me. His face remained impassive, his gaze turning back to her slowly. That's presumptuous of you. He spoke the words in Miroset, and Shinaki felt a rush as he genuinely surprised her with it. Oh, presumptuous. She fixed his pronunciation, grinning. Look at you bringing out the big words. She poked his side, and she could see him fighting a smile of his own. Shinaki's grin widened as she saw him resisting. She jabbed at his side again and leaned nearer. She could see the cracks forming as he tried not to look at her, and she poked a third and final time, closer to the underside of his arm. Ikena sighed in resignation as his smile finally broke across his face fully, but his expression soon turned serious again. I want you safe. For everyone's sake. Keeping you away from them is the best way I know how to ruin their plans. But it's not the only way. Shinaki squeezed Ikena's side, desperate for him to believe her. I turned you, didn't I? Sorry for that, by the way, Inyewe. You startled me, she added. She heard a soft purr at the back of Ikena's head in answer and continued to Ikena. We know we can fight them now. Ikena looked deep into her eyes, the gold of his iris glinting his doubt. I'm just one Kishi. Shinaki rested her hand on Ikena's chest, his breath retreating from her in surprise. She held his gaze, not looking away for even a second. You're not alone anymore. He was conflicted. She could see it, but he was starting to cave. She had stoked the embers of his loneliness, and she could see him starting to fill the hole in his heart with her words. He looked up, a spark of wry humor in his tone as he asked, Together then? Together. We are not leaving until your arm has fully healed, Ikena warned insistently as he paced side to side in front of her. That's just asking for trouble we don't need. Shinaki nodded. Agreed. It'll only take me another week and a half to heal it up properly anyway. A fortnight at most. And we're not just charging in and announcing your return to the whole village either. We're sneaking you in quietly back to your guards. I know that, Ikena. I'm going back to fight, not get myself killed. Ikena made a face through a tut. Is there a difference? He continued to walk from one end of the cavern to the other, and Shinaki continued to watch him. His pace was frantic, charged with the stress of what he had agreed to do. She found it odd, looking at him now, to imagine the movement of his Kishi form. Giving sway to his hyena, he had almost bent backwards before her eyes, his arms rolling in their sockets and twisting round into legs, their smooth skin shifting into hide. Despite the ungainly appearance, the speed and agility he had shown her were nothing short of elegant in their grace, quite the opposite of what she could see from him now. He's no good to us like this. Ikena, she said, interrupting his agitated walk. Sit down. You're making me all fussy. Ikena looked like he was going to carry on, but clearly thought better of it, moving to join Shinaki on the den floor. Sorry, princess. It's fine. Just nervous, that's all. Really? I couldn't tell. She smiled wryly at him, lifting a hand to rest on his shoulder. We're not going to be able to do this if you're falling apart before we've even come up with a plan. Relax. She gave him a little push, and he rocked back where he sat, yielding her a wan smile. An idea came to her as she took note of his weary slouch. "Sit up a minute." She beckoned him closer. "Turn around." Ikenna raised a questioning eyebrow, straightening his posture and cautiously turning where he sat. Shanaki rolled her eyes and moved closer herself, kneeling behind him. "Here, my old mentor in the healing halls did this for some of her patients. It's supposed to help with deep worry." She placed her hands at his shoulders and began to slide them over his bare skin, warming the tight muscles to loosen them up. Ikenna half turned his head to her. "I don't see how this is supposed to ease me." "Be patient. I've not started yet." "Oh." Shanaki moved from sliding her hands to rubbing with them, her fingers kneading at the flesh of Ikenna's shoulders and back. "Does that feel good?" Yeah." He didn't sound so sure to Shanaki's ears. It was Ikenna being unnecessarily deferential again, and she told him as much. "No, really, it feels..." He flinched, his right shoulder lurching, and Shanaki heard a yelp from beneath his knotted hair. A complicated mix of bruised pride, irritation, and curiosity played through her chest, and she rose up the knot of hair that kept Enyewe's face hidden from view. "Sorry, Enyewe." She scratched at his ear, and he mewled in delight, pain clearly forgotten. Lowering the hair back in place, Shanaki gripped the knot and pulled Ikenna's head to her unceremoniously. "Ow, watch it," he blurted. "Do not lie to me, Ikenna," Shanaki murmured into his ear, her tone light but with a distinct note of warning. His back was warm against her thighs. "It's insulting. My ego is not so easily bruised." "Clearly." He rolled his eyes, echoing her earlier sarcasm. Her grip tightened in his woven locks. "Yes, Shanaki?" She spelled out for him, willing her tone down to a dangerous edge. He groaned at the renewed pain. "All right, princess, I get it, gods." She let go, patting his back as he drew away. "Close enough." She heard a soft, cackling chuckle from beneath his locks, and the reminder that the bestial mouth that loosed it had lain mere inches from her fingers, and let her make her point anyway, was a thrilling one. She returned her hands to his shoulders, switching to a different technique. "If you lie, I won't know what works best for you." An hour later, and they had used up every technique she knew to no avail. Shanaki definitely wasn't pouting about it. "Well, none of the patients in the halls ever complained," she trailed, flopping down beside her wincing victim. Ikenna gave her a look that said it all. She blew at a loose strand of hair which was damp with her sweat. "Well, it's not my fault they're too cowardly to call out a royal." Ikenna breathed out a sighing laugh in response, and Shanaki nudged him with her foot. "Still, failure of a massage or not, you seem more relaxed now. I'll take that for a victory." "Fair enough, princess." Neither of them were in any rush to return to their unformed plan. Shanaki knew that, with her arm as it was, they had the time yet to spare, and Ikenna would be of no use to her with his nerves frayed anyway. Instead, they sat and talked. Of small things mostly, but every now and then brushing on something more. Shanaki's most pressing questions were for what would become of their futures, but she let them rest for now, knowing how quickly Ikenna would turn the mood dark if he thought she was assuming the best about the coming fight. The two of them lay down beside one another, looking up at the twinkling light of the crystal constellations above. Squinting at one particularly beautiful cluster, Shanaki thought she'd recognize the shape of the true sky's stars. The crystal formation glinted as a jagged sword, crisscrossing from hilt to pointed tip, just like the sign of Ofe Allah's Shotel. She pointed it out to Ikenna. "I've seen that one before," he said. "I didn't know it had a name, though." Shinaki shifted to look at him. Do you know any of the signs? I've seen most, I guess. I work late on the farms. It's just... He shrugged. I never knew the names. He held his hand up in the air, grasping at the hilt of Ofe Allah's constellation. Ma'asa Ukuhlu, Ikena said a week later as they staved off boredom with more lessons in Shinaki's native tongue. Shinaki smiled and waved her hand out to the side in the passive sign of acceptance that matched the phrasing. That's good. A little clearer with the ukulu, though. It's a bold phrase. Your tone should match. Ma'asa ukulu. Like that? Shinaki grinned at him. Just so, or in Bajoki, I am a naive duckling. Ikena deadpanned, shaking his head as she laughed. When the light of the crystals had begun to fade, Shinaki had suggested they try for some lessons again, seeing as they wouldn't need to see for that. Well, most of it anyway. They used what little time they had left before the darkness closed around them to run through some of the physical movements that were sometimes paired with the vocal phrases in Miroset. It was an older custom, but it paid to know the signs in case one encountered a stickler for tradition. A royal and her cohorts, for instance. Jesting aside, it honestly impressed her how quickly Ikena was taking to her language. He was a remarkably agile thinker, with a knack for catching the patterns in the various different rules she explained. Shinaki was no teacher, but she felt reasonably sure that they had a strong foundation in their time here in the cave. She looked forward to seeing how far Ikena could progress once they had dealt with his kin. It wasn't until the following day, by their own crystal cycle, that they had broached the question of their plan. Surprising Shinaki, it was Ikena that brought them to the topic. I think I have an idea for how we can get you into the village. His voice held an edge of scratching dirge to it, and she wondered at how much sleep he had, or hadn't, as the case may be. Shinaki set aside the bowl she had been eating from, more dried rat, and ushered for him to go on. There's a man in the village named Kojo. He's the one person from Bajok I really trust. If I can get a message to him, he might be able to help us. How will one man be able to get us through the walls? I don't know. He's smart, though, and he's got some well-placed friends. Well, students, really. There's this whole thing. Point is, he'll find us a way in. He scratched at the back of his head. Anywhere else, I'd just carry you up the walls, but the village's magic is powerful and very anti-Kishi. We wouldn't make it 10 paces before it shifted me back. How will you contact him? I'm not really sure he'd like me to tell you that, but I can when we absolutely need to. Shinaki pinched at her chin in thought. If you have a man on the inside, why not get him to send my people out to meet us? Trust me, princess. The last thing we want is to lead your guard out onto the open plains, he grimaced. If they're not dead yet, they soon would be. Shinaki bristled at his casual dismissal of her soldiers, but he had made his point clear before, and she let the slight go. So once we're in the village, then what? She asked. We warn your people, he shrugged. Like I said, I only trust Kojo. Anyone else in my village could be working with my clan. Why would they side with demons? She saw his eyes flinch a little. True, demons, Ikena. The ones that revel in their evil. He shrugged again. Fear, mostly. But I know there are some that would want to use the Kishi as another step towards rebuilding Gola. Shinaki scoffed. The Gola Empire had been fractured decades ago, as good as dead in all but name, especially by the standards of the real powers on Esowon. She waved a hand to the side. Well, they can't all be so blind. My people will rally any willing to fight beside us. We'll show the demons of Bajok what Yaseti archers are made of. Ikena grimaced. Inside the village, we may have a chance. With enough warriors, he trailed slightly, clearly unconvinced by his own words. But I don't think Uzoma will be stupid enough to let everything go down in the village itself. If we force his hand, it's not like he can just wait outside the walls though, right? Shinaki questioned. I suppose, Ikena conceded grudgingly. Then let's do it. Your man on the inside sneaks us in. I warn my people who we're really allying with if we stay. Then we seize control of the village by force. Uzoma will have to face us then. Ikena scratched idly at his arm, his head turned down to the ground. As easy as that, huh? I didn't say it would be easy, Ikena. But what else can we do? Shinaki could see the answer in his face and ignored it. She wasn't running away from this. It was never a choice for her, and it never would be. She had already made that clear. When he said nothing more, she stood up. Well then, if you've got nothing more to add, it's settled. I should be good to go in a week, maybe more. Now go fetch us some more rat. I'm hungry and this arm isn't going to heal quick enough by itself.
"16. Ikena." With the worry of the planning lifted from their shoulders, the two of them had fallen into a comfortable pattern again. Ikena could tell Shinaki was still bothered by her arm holding them back, but for the most part they managed to talk around her frustration. Privately, Ikena was glad for the delay. He was intent on savoring every moment before they stepped out that den door and onward to the slaughter. Unlike the princess, he held little hope for the coming struggle, and he made no secret of the fact, taking every opportunity he could to try to dissuade her. He knew they would need nothing short of a miracle to even survive what was to come, let alone triumph over it. She thought his battle with Bako proof enough that they had a chance, but she'd not been there to witness it. He had lived through that farce by the barest skin of his teeth, and he was not looking forward to a rematch with his brother, to say nothing of the rest of his clan. Not that waiting in the den with Shinaki was entirely stress-free itself. No, that brought struggles all its own. Inyewe's attention had been so thoroughly captured by Shinaki that Ikena had found it increasingly difficult to keep his mind clear. His own thoughts and feelings were complicated enough without adding his hyena's eager attachment to the mix. All walls had been lowered between them now, at least those that he had raised himself. Ikena felt the deep pull of powerful attraction towards Shinaki. His eyes were endlessly drawn to her like a moth to torch flame. Her every movement seemed tailored to him, the shimmering flicker of silk sheet on a soft wind. As the days passed, he saw more and more the sway of her hips, the slow rise of her breast, the light of the moons dancing in her eyes. Not for the first time, Ikena shook himself free from his senses. He cursed his weakness as Inyewe laughed inwardly at him. Every time Ikena's mind started to wander, his idle gaze invariably brought him back to Shinaki. He was starting to think it was Inyewe himself, turning his thoughts deliberately. The hyena was certainly enjoying himself, though. Was this infatuation what it felt like to be caught by the lure of his own kind? If it was, he felt all the more glad he had never fallen to the temptation of his powers. He wouldn't wish this on anyone. It was maddening. What made it worse was the rising suspicion that Shinaki was wise to it, that she was aware she had him hanging off her every aspect. His was not the blind, fumbling attraction of some simple farmhand. He had meant it when he had spoken the old words. He did know her heart, and it was no pure and gentle thing. Shinaki possessed a cunning and ambition Ikena had seen in others before, his father chief among them. But where his father would turn to cruelty, Shinaki held to calculation. He watched her. She stood across the room from him, bent low over her bowl, propped up on the edge of the cave basin, washing her face. Even in this, she was careful and deliberate, every movement of her hand a conscious placement of finger to flesh. The fact that she took such care with such simple things only further confirmed his opinion of her. She was like a sphinx, her mind as labyrinthine as the black rocks that hid them both now, her heart ice. It was a strange thing to know the secret held behind her eyes, yet not feel the chill of it. He didn't know if it was Inyewe's growing submission to her, or his own quiet longing for companionship. But the longer Ikenna spent with Shinaki, the less he seemed to care what her intentions toward him were. Her eyes may be cold, but they were also clear, and he could see the flicker of a future in them with every touch of the light. If they survived to see it. Someone's deep in thought again. Ikenna's attention refocused at the sound of her voice, and he saw Shinaki rising from her bowl and wiping at her face, looking his way. He didn't say anything, and she continued. Am I going to have to give you another massage to scour more nerves away? Ikenna shuddered at the thought. It had been days since she had dug her bruising grip into his back, and he did not soon want to repeat the experience. It had felt like an elephant trampling over his every nerve. Fortunately, Shinaki seemed to surmise as much herself, clearing her throat dramatically and continuing. Ahem. Well then, cheer up. I've already told you moping bores me. Ikenna blew out a breath and crossed his arms against his chest. I'm not moping, I'm thinking. Shinaki dipped down for another splash of water, rubbing at the edges of her eyes. Oh? What about? You? She paused again and glanced out the corner of one eye, head still tilted back as she rubbed dripping water from her face with one hand. Her familiar searching gaze was intense, even with one eye covered, but Ikenna leveled his own even stare back at her. Care to elaborate? Shinaki asked finally, setting aside her bowl. He thought about how to put it into words and snorted as he realized that that was the one thing he shouldn't do. Ikenna took a deep breath and relaxed. He just let his words loose as they came. You know exactly what you're doing, he began. You think I don't see it, but I do. Everything about you is measured, considered. He broke off, his flow faltering for a moment. I don't know what I think about that yet, but I want you to know that I see it. I'm not blind, and I meant what I said before. He trailed off, unsure how to continue and distracted by the look on Shinaki's face. She was watching him with steady, unblinking eyes. His thoughts raced, his mind trying to glean any hint at what she might be thinking, what she might say. It took Ikenna a moment, but when no response was forthcoming, he gradually realized that Shinaki had none to give. She was looking at him in disbelief, like she was only now seeing him for the first time. Ikenna's thoughts raced, unsure what to make of this non-reaction. It was a little insulting that his insight had apparently come as such a shock to her, and he noted that mild insult seemed to be a running theme with Shinaki. Well, she is Yaseti. They're not known for their humility. He saw her step toward him, and he unfolded his arms from his chest. He watched as she walked straight toward him, dropping down to sit cross-legged at his side. She looked like she was trying to solve a complicated puzzle in her head, and he patted his knees idly while he waited for her to finally say something. Eventually, she spoke, her tone as nonplussed as her expression. You know my heart, huh? She turned her shoulders to him, looking on him full. Prove it. She was looking at him with the utmost seriousness, her command carrying the weight of a royal decree. There was a new, keen-edged glint in her eye. Her gaze fell to his lips, a slow smile spreading across her own. Go on, she urged. Ikenna sat watching in alarm. Panic rushed through him, his instinct sensing the change in mood before his mind had time to explain it to him. Shinaki was challenging him, testing him for some unknown quality. He could feel her leveled gaze searching him for it. She prompted him further, her eyes darting back up to his own as she stared in bared hunger. What do I want you to do now, Ikenna? Ikenna knew what she wanted him to do. He wanted to do it too. He could feel himself leaning closer, his eyes held to her own, both their gazes unblinking. Inyewe had fallen surreptitiously silent. His very quiet tolled bells in Ikenna's ears. But for the life of him, right now, Ikenna couldn't quite bring himself to care. They were getting closer. He could feel her drawing near. The air was sparking with a new tension, as foreign to Ikenna as the girl before him, and it held him transfixed. He knew what she wanted him to do. He knew. They were suddenly very close, and Ikenna felt a shiver up his spine. Was this really happening? Could this really? Their lips were a hair's breadth from touching when Ikenna jolted back. Shinaki gave a hiss of frustration, sucking at her teeth, but Ikenna only half heard it. His gaze had shifted to the den ceiling above them, and he had jumped to his feet. Chilling fear crashed over him in waves, all excited tension washing from his mind as an icy grip clenched around his heart. He gasped aloud, and then Shinaki was in front of him, grasping him by the shoulders with confused panic. She tried to hold him still. Was he spinning? And he stumbled to his knees, tripping on one of her legs. She came down with him, catching his arm to soften his fall and half joining him on the floor. "Ikenna, what in the hells?" she gasped, clearly out of breath from his mindless flailing. "He's dead," Ikenna managed, heaving in deep lungfuls of air. "Usoma's dead." It was impossible. He accepted the bowl from Shinaki, gratefully, bringing it to his lips and gulping down the fresh water to wet his dry mouth. It couldn't be true. Ikenna sat, leaned against the central pillar of his den, staring idly into space as Shinaki took the bowl back from him. She set it gently aside and wrapped an arm over his shoulder, rubbing his back briefly and leaning in to ask the question. "What do you mean, Ikenna? How can you know?" Ikenna shook his head, his shoulders half raised in a shrug. "Remember how I told you we can sense each other? It's that, and it's never stronger than one of us dies." He looked up at her in disbelief. "Someone finally managed to kill him." He could tell by her face she wasn't quite sure of the significance of it all. She didn't know enough about the old man for it to mean anything. Uzoma was untouchable. He was years past his prime, and he had still been worth 3 of Bako on his worst days. Ikenna couldn't see how anyone could have done it. Even outnumbered, Uzoma always won. He was too clever to get caught out by odds he couldn't match with cunning or skill. And yet, he had fallen, joined, as all his kin were, by a 6th spirit. Ikenna felt the sudden loss of the old man like a part of his very being had been torn from his core. Ikenna barked a laugh, and Inyewe carried it with a fit of cackling cries. A smile tore across his face as he turned to Shinaki. "He's dead!" He willed her to understand, to see what this meant. He was finally rid of him. The bastard finally got what he deserved. Shinaki's expression was wistful. She wanted to ask something, he could tell, but she was holding herself back. Ikenna didn't want her to have to do that with him. "What is it?" he asked, nodding in encouragement. Shinaki spoke carefully. "What does this mean for us? Won't this change their plans?" Ikenna could see the apology in her face, the regret for having to bring him down from his joy. He noted, even through his excitement, that it was a purely honest expression. She had left discarded her carefully crafted mask. Ikenna found it a soothing thought. He recentered himself, smoothing a hand over the back of his head to ease Inyewe's own celebration. Shinaki brushed his hand away and scratched at the hyena's neck herself, her soft scritches almost possessive in their insistence. Both his selves calmed, Ikenna's thoughts refocused on what Uzoma's death meant beyond his own personal happiness. "There's going to be a power vacuum. The clan needs a new leader." He imagined his kin with someone like Bako or one of his other brothers at their head. His mind answered Shinaki's question in his head, with vivid images of blood and death, and the innocence of Bajok caught in the middle. Ikenna took Shinaki by the hand and pulled her to her feet. He turned to look her in the eye as he took a burdensome breath. "We have to go."
17. Shanaki. Her heart raced, her mind awash with the emotion of the moment. 1 minute, they had been a hair's breadth away from a kiss, and the next they were readying for war. Shanaki was not accustomed to having her inner seas so at storm. She took great pride in her intellect and refused to follow the winds of whim as so many other fools did. She was glad she and Ikenna were finally leaving the cave, finally joining the fight. But she couldn't help but feel something had been lost here just now. In the deep recesses in her mind, very deep, she wanted to stay in the cave with Ikenna, to feel how gentle his lips could be. And she didn't feel such things lightly. She pulled firmly on the straps of her sandals and watched Ikenna head down the tunnel to their supplies. He was moving with purpose, shoulders back and fists clenched as he vanished into the passage. Quite the change from the hunched fidgeting of before, Shanaki mused. Her thoughts wandered as she waited for him. She could count on one hand how many people in this world that saw her for the woman she was beneath her masks. Those that did, she had either given glimpses willingly or simply didn't warrant the effort of one in the first place. Ikenna, though, he was worth whatever mask it took to get him under her grasp. She thought she had played the willful, playful card just right, as naturally as she took to any role. And yet, he had seen through it. He had seen her. It made him a lot more complex a puzzle than she had expected, if she wanted to make a tool of him and his hyena beast. But the revelation of his insight had her yearning for much more than that, and things were all the simpler for it. She no longer wanted him. She wanted him. Shanaki had finally found someone she can actually see herself standing beside in the days ahead. Not just through the struggle of this glorified pest control, but for all the days and nights she would have come to pass. Ikenna was a man of principle. He had brains, power, and the will to see her own. He was also fun, a wholly underrated quality as far as Shanaki was concerned. He came back out of the side tunnel, a coil of rope slung over his shoulder. And the fact that he's a feast for the eyes is purely secondary, Shanaki thought as he walked toward her. Are you ready? He asked. I am. Are you? Not really, no. Ikenna shook his head, hoisting the rope further up his shoulder. But I guess we had better go anyway. She nodded. You sounded like it was urgent before. It is. With Uzoma gone, everything's changed. The clan's free to do whatever it wants until a new head takes over. Damn the consequences. And if it ends up being someone like Bako... Shanaki shivered at the thought. He told her more than enough about his clan for her to fill in the details herself. Right. Let's go. Shanaki followed behind Ikenna as he led them through the tunnels of the den. Excitement and dread were building inside her and her stomach churned. She had never been in a battle before, but she knew from her experience in the healing halls exactly what to expect from them. Mixed with her fear, though, was that same nagging feeling inside, the regret for the lost moment between her and Ikenna. She tried to keep her mind on the task ahead, but her eyes kept focusing in on his back. She thought it might be his Kishi attraction creeping past her defenses again, but she raised her dampening shroud and the distraction persisted. Shanaki knew when to listen to her gut, and she decided there and then that she would not go into this battle without first taking what was hers. She was pulled from her thoughts by muttering. Ikenna was cupping a hand to his mouth and talking quietly into it. It almost looked like he was praying. Ikenna? She asked, leaning round his shoulder to better see his face. He shot a quick glance at her from the corner of his eye, but didn't answer. He just kept talking into his hand. Shanaki raised an eyebrow. I thought you said you weren't a follower of the gods. He finished whatever he was saying, and as he lowered his hand from his mouth, she caught a glimpse of a small, intricately carved spiral necklace. Its sheen glowed a faint jungle green, and there was a sudden smell of melted wax in the air. Ikenna tucked the stone into a pocket of his loincloth, explaining, "I'm not. I was just sending a message to Kojo. He gave me the pendant for emergencies only." He patted at a pocket in his loincloth. "I figured if this doesn't count, nothing does." They pushed on, the tunnel curving slightly to the right in a shallow bend. "That's powerful magic," Shinaki pointed out, surprised Ikenna had such a rare token. He looked back over his shoulder. "Not really. It can only reach Kojo, and only once or twice. Once the glow dies out, it's just useless bronze." "Still," Shinaki continued, "it's advanced. Who enchanted it? I didn't think the village had anyone powerful enough." "It doesn't. It's a ritual spell, woven communally. Bajok has done better than most at keeping the older branches and traditions alive." Eventually, the two of them reached the stairs, and Shinaki sagged, her back bent low and arms hanging limply in exaggerated despair. Ikenna chuckled. "Don't worry, princess. I'll carry you." Her head shot up, eyes defiant. "You will not!" She walked to the first ledge and lifted herself up, trying not to strain her injured arm. "20 minutes later, Shinaki lowered herself carefully down from Ikenna's back with a pout. Her arms ached painfully as she patted the dust of the cave wall from her wrappings. She stared Ikenna straight in the eye, her hand pointing level with his nose. "We did that for expediency only, and we shall never speak of it again." "Of course, princess." Shinaki walked swiftly past Ikenna before his eyes could laugh anymore. She promised herself the first thing she would do when they were out of this mess was get Naya to work her into shape. They walked toward the boulder that served as doorway to the den. When they reached the tunnel's end, she stepped to the side, making room for Ikenna to pry their exit open. Ikenna didn't move. Instead, he coughed into his hand with an awkward glance at the ceiling and leaned against the wall beside her. Shinaki heard a soft rumbling sound as his shoulder pressed against a slight protrusion on the wall, slight enough that she had mistaken it for just another jutting stone. As Ikenna leaned back away, she saw a single carved sigil in the oval rock and she watched it retreat into the wall. The grinding of stone filled their ears and sunlight began to steadily fill the tunnel. Ikenna moved an arm over Shinaki's face, giving her time to adjust to the brightness. She thanked him as she rubbed at her eyes, before looking back up and swearing loudly. "You have got to be kidding me," she said. "I was so close." Ikenna rubbed the back of his head, smiling out a laugh. Seeing him there, face lit bright in all senses of the word, Shinaki knew beyond doubt their moment had come. She pushed his arm away from her and reached up to grab the nape of his neck. Pulling him down to her, she kissed him. Ikenna stiffened in awe. Shinaki pressed her free hand to his waist, refusing to let him run away from her now. When he finally relaxed against her grip, his lips softened, but he left her leading the way. He tasted of sweat and rat and woeful inexperience. And he was wonderful. She felt lightheaded, all the worries in the world washing from her mind. She was falling into him, her arms wrapping tighter around his body. The hand at his neck rose to scratch beneath Inyewe's maw, and the thrill of her dance with the demon only added to the rush pulsing through her. Her blood burned with passion like she had never felt before. "Oh, now I have you, Ikenna. You're mine." She took a deep breath, practically pulling the air straight from his lungs, and let loose a burst of her power, pushing him firmly away from her. He fell back against the wall, pure, unadulterated shock written all over his face. She could see him reeling from a rush all his own, no doubt stunned by the sudden smothering of her shroud. She drew her power back, feeling it wrap around her like a cooling breeze. She was breathing deeply herself, and she could feel a wide smile creasing her face. She laughed. wiping at her mouth and turning to the sunlit hills outside the den. She bent a little, arms behind her back, looking back at him. So? Are you coming? And she began her walk down the tight corridors of the black rocks. Ikenna still looked more than a little dazed as the two made their way through the fork in the rocks. Shanaki was thankful for the touch of the open wind. She hadn't realized how much she had missed it. Ikenna kept his distance as they walked, staying ahead of her and cautiously poking his head around each bend they took. She caught him shooting nervous glances back her way every now and then, and she knew it wasn't out of nerves for their path. He was thinking about her kiss. She was glad. She was certainly thinking about his. Eventually, they paused in a small valley littered with bones. Ikenna led them to a rock face that looked not unlike the entrance to his own den. He pressed his hand to the smooth surface and spoke in a tongue Shanaki only barely recognized from rare religious sermons back home. And then, what was once a smooth surface split in a near-perfect line, opening to a wide, empty cavern. Someone's coming, Ikenna said, and Shanaki heard Enyewe sniffing at the air of the craggy corridor. No, more. At least 3 or 4. They're moving slowly, though. He had barely finished speaking when a deep shout echoed at them from the tunnel.
Who goes there?
Ikenna looked back at Shanaki, eyes wide. He turned his mouth to the cave entrance and shouted back.
Is it true? Is he dead?
Shanaki saw a shadow move from the side of the tunnel, a figure stepping just to the light streaming into the cave. As he stepped from the dark, she recognized him. She could not recall his name, but his face she would never forget. He had been there the first night she had arrived in Bajok. He was holding something. No, someone tight behind his back, still submerged in the shadow. The man answered, his tone guarded.
Who's asking?
Ikenna turned to Shanaki. He seemed to have picked up on her recognition of the man. She gave him an approving nod.
Ikenna, son of Uzoma,
he said.
I'm here with Shanaki, second daughter of Yaset.
Naki! A voice shot suddenly from the dark, and the figure held up by the bearded man shoved him forward. She hobbled to join him in the light, blinking up at Shanaki. Shanaki blinked back. Naya?
Epilogue. Ikenna. Ikenna watched Shanaki from his distant perch outside Bajok, sat atop the rise of a large crop of boulders, the closest of those scattered around the village, but still a good few minutes' walk away. Ikenna could see the princess stepping from the village gates. The Yaseti were readying for their departure back to their homeland. A great line of wagons and carts stretched out along the village's primary road. For the last hour, he had seen Shanaki marching the length of the caravan, arms pointing and mouth shouting orderly commands. Her doubled guard trailed frantically behind her, trying to keep up. Ikenna smiled a wan smile, his mood steeped in the bitter-sweetness of the sight. The princess had been through a lot the past few days, and it was good to see her working through the pain. But Ikenna could still see the new weight on her shoulders, the strain in her posture. She was suffering. The battle with his clan had been hard. His rematch with his brother had taken everything he had to give, and when Yemi, one of his father's rivals, and someone Ikenna had thought an ally, revealed his true colors. Well, the battle had been hard fought and hard won. The clan scattered. Shanaki had been amazing, negating the other Kishi alongside her guard as the Yaseti soldiers fought them back. She had been right about what she could do for them with her ability. Another commanding bellow from Shanaki broke Ikenna from his thoughts. Her duties apparently fulfilled, she started away from the gates and toward his hiding place. The guards at her back followed swiftly, but Ikenna knew she would only tolerate that for so long. As expected, she left them behind halfway. Only Naya accompanied the princess the whole way to the rocks. At a word from Shanaki, she stood guard by the base. Ikenna could see her remaining hand clutched tightly around her spear, ready to spring to her charge's defense, even as the stump of her other hung low at her side. Shinaki began her climb, and Ikenna waited in silence as she came to sit beside him. She leaned into him briefly as she swung her legs over the edge of their perch, letting them hang low below her. He marveled at how the simple closeness of this could feel so right to him. She spoke first. "I've arranged to take my place at the back of the convoy." She meant it then, he thought. They were really doing this. "Your father went for that?" he asked, his tone surprised. "He did. He wasn't happy about it, but he knows well enough not to test me right now." Ikenna saw through the cracks of her newest mask. "I'm sorry about—" She cut him off. "I've told you already. I don't want apologies from you." Her words were sharp and brooked no argument. Ikenna could see the flickering edges of the rage still burning behind her eyes, and he didn't blame her. When she had heard from Naya what her father had done to her guardsmen, the two Ikenna had taken her from, Ikenna had seen something in Shinaki die. The quiet cool of the ice in her eyes had melted to tears, and in its wake had sparked an inferno of fury that he knew would see the core of Yaset burned to ashes. He waved a hand through the motions of a Meroset acknowledgement. "I know. Sorry." She sighed, stress easing from her shoulders with a shrug. "What does Naya think of your idea?" he asked in gentle jest with a nudge against her arm. Shinaki's gaze shot sideways down to her friend. "She thinks I'm going to get her into trouble again. So, nothing new." Ikenna chuckled. "And what do you think?" he urged. "Are you sure about this?" Shinaki turned to look him in the eye. She smiled the first full smile he had seen from her in days and rose to her feet. She stretched her arms above her before lowering her hand to take his. "Absolutely. Are the two of you ready to see Yaset?" Ikenna heard an answering bark of glee within. He felt the tug of her hand and rose to join her in her stand. "Let's do it."
Thank you for reading my debut novella. I sincerely hope you enjoyed it. If not, well, then I sincerely hope you let me know why. I mean it, post a review, explain it like I'm 5. This is my first published work, hell, my first written work full stop actually, and I'd very much like to learn as much as I can from the process before I'm back at the writing desk for round 2. And 1,000 thanks to my friend Antoine for giving me this opportunity and encouraging me throughout. It has been an honour and a privilege to write for your world. May Esowon live in the hearts and minds of the many. If you enjoyed Hearts in the Dark, please leave a review on your favourite retailer or social media. Thank you.
Bandele Books presents Hearts in the Dark, Book 3 of the Lost Tales from Esowon series. Written by Callan Brown, edited by Antoine Bandele. Read for you by Nekia Renee and John Rogers. We hope you've enjoyed this unabridged production of Hearts in the Dark, Book 3 of the Lost Tales from Esowon series by Callan Brown. Music provided by Kevin MacLeod and Incompetech.com under Creative Commons license. For more tales from Esowon, visit AntoineBandele.com for more information. This has been a Bandele Books presentation. All rights reserved. 2019. The end.